I know the bliss, I know the check, bless you check in the beyond. I know the bliss, I know the check, bless you checking the bad, bless you checking the bad. I know the bliss, I know the check, bless you check in the beyond. I know the bliss, I know the check, check it bad. I know the bliss, I know the check, bless you check in the beyond. I know the bliss, I know the check, bless you checking the bad, bless you checking the bad. I know the bliss, I know the check, bless you check in the beyond. I know the bliss, I know the check it, check it, check it, check it, check it. I got the blues, I got the blues, blues, blues.
On? Now the mic's on. After that video where I could sort of feel my cheekbones with the bass, I thought that having the mic on would probably help too. Once again, good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Fontaine, CEO of the Center for New American Security. I want to welcome everyone to the 20th Annual National Security Conference. The theme of this year's conference is New Rules, which I think is a fitting topic for this era of a lot of upheaval in terms of global geopolitics, in terms of policy, in terms of politics, and the rules of the world and the U.S. approach to it are being rewritten. At a time of all of the geopolitical and technological change, there's this key question that kind of hovers over so much of what we do and what we think about. What are the new rules in the world? What place should the United States play in the world to come? So today we brought together leading voices to explore issues like reimagining the transatlantic relationship, Indo-Pacific security, new American industrial base, the rules for AI warfare, future trends in U.S. warfighting, and a lot more besides that. So as the sessions proceed today, I hope that everyone will not only listen to the discussions, but also participate in them to the greatest degree you can. Just before we begin, I just want to take one moment to thank the conference sponsors who helped to make all of this possible. The visionary level sponsor, Performa, at the elite level, Northrop Grumman, at the premier level, American Rheinmetall Defense, Boeing, RTX, Salesforce, and Western Digital. So thanks to all of you and to all of our institutional donors. You helped make today's gathering possible, the work that CNAS does possible that we do every day, so thank you for that. And just before we kick off with our first session, let me introduce David McKenzie. He is the communications director at CNAS and also will be moonlighting as the MC today. So welcome to everybody, and David, please.
Good morning, everyone. As Richard says, I'm doubling duties. I'm the communications director here at the Center for New American Security, and I'll be your guide through the day. I'm going to start with the boring stuff, but important. You need to wear your badge. I've taken mine off because I'm on the stage. Please look at the top of your badge. You'll see what breakout sessions you'll be going to later on the day. The whole point of the day is to have an interactive experience and to focus on the new rules of American national security. This is something CNAS does all the time, and we want to join us in this journey. The entrances and exits are behind you. If there's any kind of emergency, please calmly make your way to the exit. For those watching online, we are, of course, streaming. The socials are at CNASDC or hashtag CNAS2026 if you still use hashtags. You know, just in the last 48 hours, we've seen news breaking across the world on the issues of national security. The US and Iran trading strikes overnight and early this morning. The key surveillance law many people here in DC are talking about could sunset on Friday. Just in a few days, the G7 meetings happen in France. These are the things that we are going to be discussing today, but it's not just going to be a day of reactions or reactive. It's also going to be looking forward, looking around corners, looking over the horizon. This is something that my colleagues at CNAS work on all the time, and these are the themes that we'll be exploring today. The new rules. As someone joked, it's not no rules, they misheard, it's new rules. We're looking at how are we going to look at the future, how are we looking at the present on national security in the interests of the US. First up, we have, appropriately, the view from Congress. I would like to welcome shortly a very strong panel of senior congressional leaders, the ranking member Adam Smith, Representatives Bacon and Jason Crow, moderated by our very own Carrie Cordero. Thank you and enjoy the day.
Thank you all for being here with us today. Thank you all for joining us. And we are going to dive right into our conversation this morning. Really grateful for Congressman Crow, Bacon, Ranking Member Smith to be joining us for this conversation. We could not have a more informed or engaged membership from Congress joining us today. I'm going to start off with latest developments in the last 24 hours as the war with Iran once again has heated back up. The Secretary of War said yesterday that the United States can, quote, negotiate with bombs. Congressman Crow, is that a strategy? Is that a strategy?
I don't think we've had enough coffee for this yet.
Is that a strategy?
Well, I mean, no. First of all, thanks to CNAS and Richard Fontaine for the invitation. Carrie, a privilege to be here along with my two very good friends. We're going to miss Don Bacon on the Armed Services Committee on the Hill. I've done a lot of great work with Don over the years. But no, this is not a strategy. I mean, the president has said he's already resolved this. We've won it 6 times already, in his view. We've opened the Strait of Hormuz 7 times. We just stumble day to day. There is no cohesive strategy. They haven't actually been able to articulate what the off-ramp is. When we're in a situation where we have to tune into what the Iranians say to get the real information on the status of the negotiations, that's a huge problem, right? Because the information coming out of the administration is inconsistent at best and misleading at worst. So we're spending tremendous amounts of money, tens of billions of dollars, somewhere between 50 and 100 billion probably to date. We haven't been able to get a good number on what this has cost us. There are engagements daily. There's really no effective ceasefire. We lost an Apache helicopter, and gratefully, the 2 crew members were rescued. That was nothing short of a miracle. Our service members remain at great risk there, and Americans are paying for it.
Congressman Bacon, let me ask you, Congress has been quite engaged, and we've seen war powers resolutions on this issue, attempts after attempts, and then just last week the House actually passed one finally. If I go down the list of both in the House and the Senate, it was months and months of failed resolution, failed resolution, failed resolution, and then there's one that's passed. What changed politically within the Congress itself, within the House? How has the view of the war shifted such that there finally was able to be a passage of resolution?
The shift largely occurred because of the time from the beginning of the operations to where we're at now. This is my experience, and I know Jason also served in the Middle East. Well, by the way, thanks for having us. And I've also enjoyed working with both. We work a lot on the Afghan refugees together and many other areas. And I appreciate the Ranking Member Smith for really being a leader and making the Armed Services Committee the most bipartisan committee in Congress. And that's saying something. We got 20 committees, and I think we have the best committee to work on. And it takes the Democrat leader and the Republican leader working together to make that happen. So I appreciate you, Adam, on this. Now, when it comes to Iran, I've served nearly 30 years in the Air Force. Iran has killed about 1,000 Americans. I served in Iraq. The biggest threat we had with the proxy groups from Iran. So I had a little bit of a supportive spirit of the president. I feel like this should have been done 10 years ago. You can't let a country kill 1,000 Americans. But it's clear to me that at this point, with the 2 months of negotiations, the Iranians perceive the president of being desperate for a deal. That's the way it comes across to me. And that doesn't play well with, if you're the Iranians are trying to think they can milk him now. And I think if we're going to get a deal that does work on a nuclear weapon and they made a mistake, the Iranians, of telling Witkoff that they had enough fuel for 10 weapons. And I think this has inspired what happened 3 or 4 months ago. If we're going to get a deal that deals with the nuclear stuff and get an agreement that is good, we got to break their will. And months and months of negotiations and allowing them to control those straits, they have the advantage right now. So I think we're going to have to put military pressure on them and block every single dollar from coming into Iran if we're going to get them in the right spirit to negotiate correctly. So that's, I think, where we're at. The president looks too eager to get a deal, and that's a bit of an American trait, but it's not working. That does not work with Iran.
Ranking Member Smith, what do you think shifted?
Sure. I think it's really important to understand what actually is going on here, because it's not that complicated. President Trump thought that a 4 to 6 week bombing campaign in Iran could fundamentally break the Iranian regime. It's wrong to say they didn't have a plan. It's correct to say that their plan was stupid, idiotic, and had no chance of succeeding. But their plan was they're going to bomb Iran for 4 weeks, and Iran will break. Either the regime will collapse, basically fingers crossed on that one, or whoever is there will just fundamentally give in to everything that Donald Trump wants, because he bullies people, they give him what he wants. That's the way the world works. Now, for 15 years, I've sat through the briefings that explain that scenario, that explained that Iran has certain asymmetric advantages that make that highly unlikely to happen. But that's what they did. So 4 to 6 weeks, they bombed them, and Iran did not break. They did not capitulate. So plan B was kind of the blockade. Okay, the blockade will break them, and that will force them to come and give us everything that they want. That too didn't work. And again, I really want to emphasize, this was well understood, because Iran had the basic asymmetric advantage. We have to defeat them. We have to break their regime and force them to fundamentally change in order to get what Trump wants. All Iran has to do is survive and be able to inflict pain. That's much, much simpler. And that's what they've been able to do. And again, that's what every single expert said with like a 95% probability was going to happen. And yet Trump stumbled into that conflict anyway. Now, what's going to happen? Is more bombing going to change that? It's not. Trump has decided to go for the wish fulfillment approach, which is basically if you just keep saying it over and over again. I'm reminded of my first election. It was a close election, and the press kept asking me every half hour, are you ready to declare victory? And finally, I just said, do I get to do that? Can I just say I win, and I win? That's what Trump's doing. We won. It's over. It's not. We are stuck. Okay, that's where we're at because we were not able to break the regime. And I take Don's point about how bad Iran is. But look, if you're going to say something is completely unacceptable, one of the things you better have in the front of your mind is how you're going to make that so. If it's unacceptable, that implies that it is within your power to change it. Is it within our power to fundamentally break the Iranian regime? It's not, in my opinion. So what should we do? A more realistic strategy. We were in such good position before this war started to force Iran to make a nuclear deal. Decided not to do it, decided to go for the whole thing, thinking that we could bomb them into submission, and now we're stuck. And I don't see anything changing in terms of Iran fundamentally, being broken. We have to negotiate the best deal we can and end this war because the cost is staggering to the global economy. It's certainly impacting our economy, but in Asia and elsewhere, it is massively disrupting the entire globe, and the Trump administration still has the same plan. We're going to drop a few more bombs, and then it's going to work. I don't think it is.
Can I just dovetail
please.
briefly on that? As many people here know, the Iranian regime has organized itself around this moment. Right? They've spent the better part of the last 3 decades preparing for this exact moment, to be able to wait us out, to have the resiliency and the reserves to do this. So they are actually executing their game plan as they have seen it for many decades. That's number one. And number two, and Adam alluded to this, the Iranian regime, and I'm no friend of the regime. I would love to see regime change just as much as many people here would. And I was in Iraq when the bombs and the proxies started to kill my friend. So I do view the regime as malignant and would love to see them go. But the question is how do we do that? And the regime was at its point of greatest risk and weakness in January and February of this year. They were on the ropes in January or February of this year, and the bombing campaign actually set that back. It drove the resistance and the opposition underground. There was a rally around the flag element to it. So we are in a worse position vis-a-vis regime change now than we were just 3 months ago.
So given where we are now, Congressman Bacon, I wanted to ask you, where do you see an off-ramp? And I'm curious, Ranking Member Smith mentioned, experts. We're sitting in a room here of experts. This is a national security conference in Washington, about inside the Beltway as we can possibly get. I'm curious, back home in Nebraska, how is your district, how are your constituents viewing this war?
I think if you look at most polling, it's not in favor of the operation, but we are where we're at. A little difference with maybe Jason on this. You're right, January, February, they were vulnerable. They'd already defeated that. They already killed 35,000 people, drove them down, and our operation started about a month after that. Too bad we weren't more prepared at the time to respond a month or two earlier. But I think my concern is the president looks too eager for a deal right now, and when that happens, Iran is going to take advantage of it, and I think we're playing on their court, and I think we have to keep the pressure on them until they're willing to want to make a deal. So it really comes down to a battle of wills. They're hoping that the gas prices will force us to have less will than they have, and I think we're going to have to demonstrate to them that we got the longer will, and they got to want to come to the table. And right now it's the other way around. So we have to keep the pressure on, I think, militarily and blockade, until they say that they've had enough. Now we're not going to get everything we want out of this when it's all said and done.
So as we're engaged in a conflict, I want to switch gears a little bit, but we've got 3 members of the Armed Services Committee and 1 member who also sits on the House Intelligence Committee, and we have another deadline tomorrow that is a statutory deadline related to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, Section 702, which, to give a 10-second 101, is the law that enables the intelligence community to target non-U.S. persons outside the United States for national security purposes. Been a critical intelligence gathering mechanism for the intelligence community for many years, but it repeatedly is coming up on a sunset provision. So we've been going through this situation this year where it's about to expire, Congress issues a temporary reauthorization, and then we're sort of back into that same fire drill, and here we are. Today's Thursday, we got another deadline tomorrow. Congressman Crow, maybe I'll start with you since you also are on Intel. How do we get out of this legislative death spiral in terms of having the intelligence community consistently wondering if the authorities under which they operate are going to disappear?
Well, FISA is a critical tool. It creates the bulk of our intelligence streams in the U.S. Historically over half of the presidential daily brief is a result of the FISA authorities. It foils terrorist plots, dozens of them around the world every year. But it also has very critical civil liberties concerns, right? Because it's so powerful and so pervasive, there are really important civil liberties concerns. We have over the years, last time we reauthorized it 2 years ago, we made 55 changes to the programs to protect some of the civil liberties concerns, to protect Americans' information and privacy. Those were really important reforms. There are more reforms that have to be made. But putting all that aside for a minute, all of that matters. The FISC, the FISC review process, that's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, the rules, the regulations, the checks, both in FBI and DOJ that have been put in place, all of that only matters if you actually follow the law and you actually respect process. And my concern is we have an administration that is routinely violating the law. Over a third of the court orders against them are being ignored. There are folks within the administration who are abusing process in the law. I know this. They tried to put me in prison in February.
But
right?
You're talking about across the board, not with respect to violation of FISA.
Well, across the board, but you add on top of it, There have been in the last year a drastic increase in inconsistencies and potential violations of the use of the process involving FISA, right? So what we need to do, we've seen this massive uptick in potential violations of the controls put in place. They have not given us answers as to why that's occurring, what it involves. So sitting here, I have no confidence that the processes are being followed, that it's not being abused, and then you put on top of it the appointment of Bill Pulte, who has zero experience in national intelligence and has a history of being a political attack dog for the president. So sitting here, I am not in a position to vote for any reauthorization of this important tool until they stop politicizing it and give me some guarantee that they're going to follow the law.
Congressman Smith, are you concerned about the oversight that is of the authorities within the intelligence
I'll make this
community?
simple. I completely agree with everything Jason just said. Trump cannot be trusted with this authority. Straightforward. He cannot be.
So would you even not vote for a longer
I can't
term
imagine a
authorization?
scenario where I would vote to give this president any greater authority, period, full stop. I mean, you need to really think about this person he's about to put in charge of the DNI, okay? And I know weird stuff happens on the Capitol, and okay, that was... This is insane, okay? This isn't... I mean, this is someone who has no experience whatsoever in intel. The only experience he has is in digging up dirt and being a political hack. And this is who he's putting in charge of that information. I mean, I know we're not supposed to be shocked anymore, but like I said, I can't say it any better than Jason said it, but this president cannot be trusted, period.
Congressman Bacon, are you concerned about the oversight in the intelligence community, particularly if we have a new incoming acting DNI?
Bottom line, we got to pass FISA. I don't mind some small changes. We've made significant changes 2 years ago, as Jason said, and I think it's been working. There were violations to 702 in other administrations, so that's why we put these changes in place. And I have no evidence that the president in this area has been abusing. I have to agree, I think that he's overstepped in other areas, so I get some of the argument here. But this country needs 702 FISA. It has stopped terrorist attacks. Without it, we are vulnerable. We got the World Cup coming up. I mean, this whole thing's, this hyper-partisanship is endangering our country right now. If we don't extend it, we're gonna have this gap. This is a dangerous thing for our country. Now, that said, the president made, I think, a dumb mistake by saying Pulte's gonna become the DNI. I think that he's gonna have to withdraw that.
I'm sorry, Don, but it wasn't a mistake.
Well,
that's the point, and I'm with you on, I don't want hyperpartisanship either. And I don't say what I just said from a partisan perspective.
I think
it's simply observational.
Yeah.
He didn't accidentally put this guy in place and say, no, I shouldn't have done that. It was deliberate. It was exactly what he wants.
Okay.
That's
I'm still
the
saying
problem.
it's a mistake.
It's wrong.
It was,
yeah.
Okay, I'll just say it different. It was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we could quibble on words. I disagree that the president is putting forward Bill Pulte for the DNI position. He has no experience, and he does have a reputation of being a hatchet man for the president. And so for this to pass FISA, I think he's going to have withdraw that name. And we always talk about this 5D chess or 7D chess, whatever. Well, this is playing checkers blindfolded.
Well,
Important for the intelligence community to have its authority.
Today is my start of the Don Bacon for DNI campaign.
There you go.
But
Which probably, the fact that I said that probably guarantees that it will never happen.
thank you, Jason. You just ruined it.
There's a dozen plus Republicans in this room who I would love to be DNI. Like, you can't tell me that there aren't qualified, incredible Republicans who could do the, Don, a lot of people here, like, give me a break. Like, so let's treat this with the seriousness.
If I could just make a little more, okay, we got to pass 702. I don't mind making some tweaks. The president's going to have to withdraw Pulte for this to happen.
All right.
And I don't have evidence that he's been abusing 702, but I get the argument that there's been abuses in other areas, and that's a mistake of the president, or it's an error of the president. He's made some bad choices. But I want to throw in a couple other things out there. This could have been done already. Our speaker is trying to pass 702 with 218 Republican votes. He only has 200. There's 20 Republicans who want more, reforms. Yet there's about 60 Democrats. If we worked with the ranking member on intelligence, that we could, on rules, we could have passed this a month ago with 260 votes, but the speaker only wants to do it with 218. He doesn't want to have Democrats, but he wants 218 Republicans. And this is part of the dysfunction of Congress right now, where it used to be that you had over half of the majority if they move forward. It's the Hastert theory, right? But now, under the current leadership, you got to have 218. It doesn't work. One other thing too. There's a lot of misinformation on Title I FISA versus 702 FISA, and these things get conflated. I see it all the time. 702 FISA, you can only use it against foreigners overseas. Yes, there are some Americans get caught up. If you're talking to a bad guy that's being monitored,
that's not really true. That's not really how it works. I'm sorry. Like, yes, they are for foreign persons that have a foreign intelligence value, but
overseas, not in the country.
That's not how it really works in practice. In practice, there are many ways that U.S. person information from the United States gets swept into the net, and that is the concern. That is the problem. And there are historic abuses to that. And putting aside the historic abuses to that, what I referenced earlier, there are indications of a massive surge of potential violations in the last year of the use of that have gone completely unaddressed. They haven't talked to us about it. They haven't explained to us why it's happening. And I, in good conscience, cannot sit here and say that the rules are being followed. And I have confidence that people's rights in the law is being respected here.
Well, it's important that the intelligence community be providing adequate briefings to the intelligence committees on those issues so that they can be better and you can be informed about how they're actually implementing it. I do want to ask you guys, an area of bipartisan consensus in Congress has traditionally been cybersecurity, is one area where there often has been a lot of consensus. Given the increasing threats that are incoming, particularly with new technologies, including AI being applied in the cybersecurity realm, let me start with you, Ranking Member Smith. Do you feel that Congress, that bipartisanship on the issues of cybersecurity, particularly as it relates to AI, is holding, and that there's sufficient interest and oversight in making sure that the U.S. is adequately prepared for the next generation of cyber threats that are coming our way?
It's holding within Congress, okay? And I think, bipartisan here on the Armed Services. I think the Intel Committee is by and large bipartisan. I can think of, just off the top of my head, 15, 20 Republicans in the House who I trust, work with on all these issues. But again, I don't sound like a broken record here, but the president is what's undermining this. Is the growing belief that the president will use and abuse the powers of the executive office to advance his personal agenda, the United States of America and the rest of us be damned. And that really undermines our ability, because any power that you give, and we need the power for this, is the president going to use it to protect the country? Or is he going to use it to better prosecute Jason next time? Okay, I mean, and I can't emphasize enough how crazy that is. Okay, I mean, I've served under, 5, 6 presidents at this point, and there's certainly partisan back and forth. But we have a president of the United States who is actively trying to prosecute 7 actually, McIver, forgot about her, members of Congress, and 6 of them for something they said, which by the way was accurate. And cyber is so, we're talking about really sensitive abilities going into computer systems to be able to protect them. If you can go in to protect them, you can also go in to abuse them. And we can't trust this president to not do it for the most personal, corrupt, venal reasons. And yeah, Congress, I think by and large, we're still working in a bipartisan way. But I implore anyone in the Republican Party, try to get this under control, because it is placing us at incredible risk right now.
Congressman Bacon, with respect to the deployment of AI throughout the Pentagon, both for defensive and also for offensive purposes, from where you sit on the Armed Services Committee, are you convinced that the Pentagon has adequate protections for the coming use of this technology? I
think we're going in the right direction. Some of the main concerns we've had, we don't want 50 states regulating AI. It's like you can't have 50 sets of rules and it will just hold back AI. We want to compete well with China, and you can't do that with being overregulated. I think we have the right idea of very light regulatory mindset right now until we see where we got to intervene. And there's some areas that we do need to intervene, like some of the AI porn, for example. That's where we needed to intervene and stop that. So I think we got the right spirit right now. I would like to, an area that does concern me, it's a little not AI, but it's about cybersecurity. I look at NSA, very effective. Our cyber command is very good. We're being outmanned by China about 10 to 1. But what concerns me is the protection of our private sector, our energy grid, Wall Street, hospitals. CISA is the organization that is supposed to be the lead on that. And the president, during the DOGE cuts about a year ago, and basically going back to the 2020 election where he disagreed with CISA's findings on foreign influence on the elections.
Right, so this is the component within DHS that handles cybersecurity.
But my point is they've gutted it. Or not gutted it, but they've cut it significantly.
Right.
Gutted is a good word.
Okay.
I'll go with gutted.
We're gonna have to work on words together.
Yeah.
So.
I'm agreeing with you.
We're gonna come with the Smith-Bacon synonym book. But my point, I am worried about having an effective organization that defends our private sector, our energy grid, our infrastructure, and CIS is the organization that does that, and it's been significantly weakened over the last year because they were angry about something in 2020. I'm the opinion, if you don't like the leadership, move them out, put new people in. But we need that organization to work.
All right, we're winding down on our time, Congressman Crow. I'm going to give you the last word, maybe drawing back on your time as a warfighter, understanding how important warfighters having the most cutting-edge technologies are, but now sitting in your role as an overseer on the Armed Services Committee, how are you looking at the oversight of the use of AI in the Pentagon?
Well, clearly AI is going to be a component and has to be a component of our strategy and our military going forward. We are not having, though, the level of conversations on some of the risks that we need to have, right? The use of AI and targeting being a good example. The use of AI, which is already being used in operations in Iran and other places. Our adversaries are using it for lethal authority. We still are not. So there's a question about how we balance that. I'm somebody that believes that there always must be a human involved in the kill chain, that we should not be making decisions to take lives based on an AI algorithm, that we need to be able to make those decisions as humans. And those are discussions that we're going to have because our adversaries are moving forward very quickly. We largely have been stalled in those conversations. I know there's actually a lot more conversations happening outside of Congress and outside of government in this respect than in government right now. So that's the one piece. The second is, how do we leverage what is happening in the private sector, which is incredible. A lot of frontier AI companies that are doing amazing things. We have to be a better customer. And maybe the most bipartisan thing in Congress and certainly in HASC is the need for procurement and acquisition reform, which under Ranking Member Smith's leadership and Chairman Rogers' leadership, this committee actually has undertaken, and we've taken some major
We are making
steps.
progress. I have to say one positive thing about the Pentagon. I think most of the people over at the Pentagon are working right with us on this, trying to get to that point, and that's a real positive.
But we're still not in a position where we can buy things and field them even, remotely as quick as they can in Ukraine, for example, right? Where the innovation cycle is in days. They have a daily innovation cycle. Ours are a 2 to 3 year innovation cycle. That's not going to cut it. So we need to crunch that down, and there's a tremendous amount of bipartisanship on that.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it on that note of bipartisanship on what is perhaps the most important national security issue in the coming weeks, months, and years. Please join me in thanking the members of the House Armed Services Committee for joining us today.
Let's give another round of applause for an excellent conversation, please. As my colleague set up behind me, I just ask for anyone who's sort of at the back here, we do have some seats in the front and over here, please do join us in the room. I thought that was a superb conversation that really dug into a robust disagreement and agreement and a bipartisan nature of areas where Congress is working together, which is very much in the DNA of our organization, CNAS. We have a packed schedule today. Later on, we'll have interactive sessions that I want you all to join in on. But up next, I saw an interesting poll just over the last 24 hours or so, and it said that the Europeans, broadly polled, say that they want to have more self-reliance, detaching, decoupling maybe from the US. We'll see. I think there's a real sense of the tides changing in the transatlantic relationship, and we have the perfect high-level panel to discuss these issues coming up next. Now, certainly trying to maintain diplomacy at the time of the World Cup, so I won't say who my favorite team is. We have a group of very senior ambassadors in no particular order, the ambassadors of the European Union, France, Denmark, and Sweden, moderated by Andrea Kendall-Taylor from CNAS, who also happens to be the co-host of the popular podcast Brussels Sprouts. So please welcome them on stage. Thank you.
Thanks again, everyone, for being here, those of you who are live with us in the room and also those of you who are joining online. I'm really pleased to be moderating a panel with such a distinguished group this morning. I think we already had brief introductions, so I won't waste our precious time going over that again. So I think we'll jump right in. But before we do, I do want to scope our discussion just slightly. We all know that the transatlantic relationship is in a challenging place. So let's not dwell on the challenges here, but instead let's have a discussion about how we're going to move this relationship forward. The mantra in our transatlantic community is there's no going back to the way that things were, and that's certainly true. So let's use our time this morning to paint a picture then of where we want to go. And so Ambassador Sorensen, I'm going to come to you, but before I ask my question, I heard David's reference to the World Cup, so I have to start by offering my condolences that your team didn't qualify for this year's competition.
We qualified the day before yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, to the World Cup.
Okay, so then I rescind my barb.
The Women's World Cup.
Well done.
Which is probably more important.
Very well done, very well done. Okay, so on a more serious note though, we all recognize that Trump's approach to Greenland was a real turning point in the transatlantic relationship. Certainly it was for Denmark, but really for all of our European allies. And I said we weren't going to dwell on the challenges, but I do want to ask you, first, are we out of the woods yet? And second, and perhaps more importantly, what steps do you think the United States and Denmark can take to renew relations moving forward?
We are not out of the woods, but I'm also optimistic about the future of Denmark-US relations. Let me put a couple of words on that. Compared to where we were 5 months back, I think we are in a significantly better place. We have, as you all know, established a very high-level group. It's very important for us that this is discreet. It's not taking place in front of cameras, microphones. We are discussing what I would say are the real legitimate security concerns that not only the United States have, but that we also share. We have a different situation in the Arctic now than 15 years back. It is no longer characterized by low tension, so there are security concerns. But I will not, and I cannot go into any substantial details because the whole point is that we will deal with this in a discreet manner. But I will say, and I'm actually very pleased also to see that this is also what the United States has communicated, that the discussions are constructive. We have made real progress, that we take into account the concerns that both sides have, and that we are moving forward. I also would like to say that I think a game changer, really an important one, was the agreement that NATO as an alliance should be responsible for security in the Arctic. I think this was very important because we are allies and we have adversaries and we face those challenges together. Now, on your second part of your question on US-Danish relations, congratulations to the US for celebrating 250th anniversary this year, but we also bilaterally share 225 years of unbroken diplomatic relations this year. There's been ups and downs. Obviously, we have been through a breach of trust, but we can also restore that as we have in the past. And there are many building blocks to this. When I watch what we are doing on the ground in the United States, it's very impressive. Of course, we also do this together with our European partners. We show that we want a stronger Europe in a stronger NATO by taking real commitments, also what we do on our defense investments and so on. So I think there are some strong building blocks moving forward.
Wonderful. So Ambassador, CNAS hosted a high-level dialogue. We were in Paris last week. It was our inaugural French-American Leadership Forum. And I was struck by a tension in many of our discussions that we had. So on the one hand, there was a strong emphasis from the French side on Europe's need for greater strategic autonomy. But on the other hand, many of the capabilities that Europe needs in order to get there still require significant American support. And I think a lot of our US kind of colleagues came back hearing the message, which was essentially help us to decouple from you, which is a difficult message for Americans to hear. So would you say that's a fair characterization of Paris's view at the moment? Or is there an affirmative view of US-France relations that can guide us through this transition?
Well, first of all, I think we have been friends for 250 years, and that's the basis. Then these elements that you mentioned are part of the discussion, but I think the way you frame them make a difference. If I speak about strategic autonomy, I think that debate somehow is behind us, because the best advocate of the European strategic autonomy is the US. The US is asking the European to step up, and we are doing it. It's just what Jasper just said. And then on the decoupling issue, I think nobody wants decoupling. The question is how much we can rely on the US and what kind of element we need as Europeans in any case. And that dialogue is an ongoing one. The US is asking also the Europeans to step up their industrial base to be able to procure more in Europe and to contribute to the global effort of the West. So I think in a way, we are in a better position because we don't have this old, very ideological debate. It's more about being practical. And I think from the European side, if we can rely on a US ally, there is no one wishing to decouple.
It's Ambassador Nelly Upshaw, to come to you. I mean, I think it's a great point that now there really is consensus that Europe is going to do more, be more independent, do more for its own security and defense. And yet, despite that consensus, there are still some challenges for Europe in building the capabilities that it needs to get and at the pace that is required. So in your view, what are the biggest challenges, the biggest obstacles that are preventing Europe from moving faster?
Well, thank you for the question. I do believe that we have to look at the relations as a two-way street. It's it's just one way. And I think that the interdependence, especially in defense and security between Europe and United States, have been actually built over the last 80 years. So that means the supply chains, our investments, our technologies are shared. And let me give you only one example. In order to make F-35 to fly, you need 11 member states to contribute with either software or hardware to that. And I think this is actually what makes us indispensable partners to each other. Yes, as it was already said, we have to invest ourselves because this is the expectations of the United States. And because the stronger Europe can actually contribute more to the not only European continent, but as well globally. And of course, we are a huge market. We are a rich market. We are a reliable partner for that sake. We have to invest in our own single market, because right now in defense we are very fragmented. We have 27 member states, and that actually does not really let us go through the scale which is needed, especially in defense. And this is where the EU, as the institution, tries to contribute to help member states to work together, to incentivize them on the joint projects. And I have to say, like, actually, even in the beginning of next year, all the member states of the EU, who are as well the member states allies of NATO, will reach the 2%, and actually will some of them will be way beyond of that. And last but not least, we have to invest. We have to learn the lessons from Ukraine and tragedy of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, and actually invest in the future of our defense. Our air defense, anti-missile defense, drones, AI was mentioned in the previous session, where we actually can leapfrog overall.
Yeah, wonderful. And Ambassador Allen, for you, I mean, Sweden made the historic decision to join NATO because of the value that it saw in the transatlantic relationship. And now here we are having a discussion about how your United States wants to play less of a role, more strategic autonomy for Europe. So from your perspective, as we're finding this new balance in the relationship, what do you see as the biggest risks that in such a future? And when you think about what it is that we want to keep or preserve in the transatlantic relationship, what do you say we, as we're searching for this new footing, what do we need to be sure that we keep?
First of all, U.S. withdrawing from Europe and decreasing its forces in Europe is not something we wish. I think it's important, actually, for the United States to have forces in Europe if you want to be a global power, and I think the war in Iran has shown that. But we get the message. We have agreed in NATO that we should increase our spending to 3.5 and plus 1.5%. Most of the countries are on a fast track to do that. My country, Denmark, and others are soon already there. So we get the point. The only thing we are asking is that please do this in a coordinated, transparent manner so we are able to fill the void. Because if United States is prioritizing other areas and withdrawing troops and strategic things from Europe, we need to be able to fill that void. Because the worst of the worlds would be if we are not filling that void, the Americans are leaving, and the Americans are, as we hear sometimes, that, we still have the nuclear weapon as the kind of the final punishment. I'm sure that the Russians will test that. So, it's really important that we do this coordinated and transparent, really, so we have the opportunity to fill the void. Yeah. We are not wishing for it. I want to say that we want to have strategic capability. If the Americans are not willing to act when we need it, we should have that resources ourselves. It will take a long time, but to protect the European continent, and we see Russia as an existential threat, we need to do this together, absolutely.
100%. It's so important, and I wish the same thing, that it is a coordinated transition. Now we're going to do a speed round and hopefully get through 2 questions with all of you. And so given that this conference is about new rules, and certainly the transatlantic relationship is one region that is undergoing tremendous change and adaptation, as you think about your new rule for the transatlantic relationship, what would you say it is? What should our new rules be about?
New rules. Can I would like to make a point. I'm not sure it qualifies as new rules, but I certainly just think that some of the new challenges that we need to address together. We have always, and everyone has been saying that we are now investing in our defense. That's obviously, we're very focused on the defense industrial complex. But in order to get there, we cannot from one day to the other just transition, and nobody wants that, out of US capabilities. And the very practical challenge that we have at this moment is, as we are building out our own defense, we have made orders. We are waiting for capabilities that is suddenly being annulled, that is being paused, that we cannot receive from us. That creates huge gaps and incredible challenges for us. We will get there ourselves. We have always been saying that in 2030, 2035. But it's not only about us scaling up, it is also how we do this together with the US defense industrial complex that we are still very reliant on. I would say that for me, this is a very important part of what we are all discussing.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, to me, almost like a new rule with these gaps is like that conflict and crisis in Europe is possible, like in a way that it hasn't been, and that is something that we all have to plan accordingly for. So, absolutely. Your new rule?
Well, I think we have to remember that where we are started with the aggression of Russia in Ukraine. And so the Europeans have changed in the last years. And there is that sense of urgency from the administration to push for more spending from the Europeans. But that movement has started already. And then the question of timing and ramping up is key, because it's not so easy to move from harvesting the dividend of peace to really new capabilities. But in that context, I think what is important is also some of the messaging, the way to pass the message is important. Yep. I think Europeans need also respect and predictability. And that's what has been the essence of the alliance, and I think we need to protect that.
Yep. Well, I would say there are two probably sentences we have to have in mind. First is never waste a good crisis, and another is focus on opportunities, not on the obstacles. In a way, like and because we have a totally different budgeting procedures in Europe, 3.5% of GDP, which is required by NATO and will be followed those who are not in NATO. When it will be spent, it will be 1 trillion. This is only in Europe, only in EU. It's an opportunity for American business, actually. It should be a fair competition, the best technologies, shared technologies, co-investment, co-production, everything what is core. Some of the companies already, American companies, already actually have around 40% of their profits generated in Europe. It's not really only about what Europeans need. What we can give in this situation. So I keep telling it's not one-way street. It's a two-way street, and there's plenty of opportunities here to really work together.
I don't want any new routes. Because I really think we should look into and say, okay, why do we have NATO? And what is the reason? And NATO is a defense alliance because we want to defend our territory, but we also want to defend our shared values and our shared interests. And we need to have a discussion about what are our values and interests that we are willing to defend in NATO. Ukraine, for instance. Yeah. Is Russia an existential threat to Europe? Did Russia invade Ukraine? Do we need to help Ukraine to win the war? I mean, if Trump was criticizing NATO for not helping out in Iran. NATO is a defense organization. You're full and right to criticize member states for not doing or not helping you, but please consult first. But it's kind of out of range of what NATO is supposed to do. So I really think we need to come back to the table and sit and talk to each other and say, okay, we got the message, we're gonna ramp up, we need more of defense production, we want to produce more, Europeans are willing to take more of the responsibility, but we need to agree on, we have this alliance to defend our shared values and our shared interests.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you were going to add. So I think as a final question, I mean, I think we all, and this conversation has made clear, place a lot of faith, a lot of value in the transatlantic relationship. It is a two-way street. It's important for Europe, but it's equally as important for the United States. And so I think many of us are also focused on how, moving forward, can we restore trust in the relationship. I mean, you talked a little bit about messaging, agreeing on values and other things. Those are all important. But if you all had one piece to put on our action agenda for how we begin to restore trust, what would be your top suggestion, recommendation?
I'd like to combine the two questions you have asked, because I really think that part of the burden on us, as we're talking about burden shifting, is also, because I think that helps create trust, to find creative new ways of delivering. And everything you can say about Ukraine, how terrible it has been, but it is also just worth thinking about how creative the Ukrainians have been themselves in ramping up and putting technologies and so on forward. And I think what we have tried to do is what we've called the Danish model, which is to do co-production in Ukraine first, but now also to bring that home where we can provide safe havens. It's, this is not going to change the world, but it is those kind of small little new ways of doing things, being creative, doing co-productions with new technologies, because we cannot wait for the old primes only to produce new capabilities that we can then get in 2035.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Danish model has been hugely successful. And I guess when we were talking about new rules too, I think I hear from many of you also, as I was thinking about new rules, is Ukraine has to be firmly anchored and embedded in the European security architecture. And so these co-production and it's one way of embedding Ukraine more solidly into Europe. But on the restoring trust.
I think we have a nice occasion next week. We will have the G7 summit in Evian. We will have a discussion with President Zelensky. And I think a show of unity behind Ukraine will be a good way for Europeans to feel that we are in the same boat.
Well, I just can continue that. Russia is losing already, so to make sure that this war is over and we achieve a peace deal or some arrangement here to stop the conflict actually is extremely important for Europeans. That is part of the core value Ruben was mentioning. I think that we actually are on the same page and that we understand the situation, if not the same, so similarly. And we have, of course, the possibility to co-produce not only in defense and security field. There are major other things. So despite whatever we do, our trade relations are growing. Our investments to each other actually are growing. So I think that there is a very clear understanding among our societies at the people-to-people level that this relation actually is important, is there, and it would be extremely as well. The other element of our conversation is not only what the administration has to say, which is, of course, we always listen, and as diplomats, we always talk on a daily basis, but as well, what the Congress has to say, what think tanks has to say, what business community is saying, and how much of all the different stakeholders on both sides of Atlantic are actually investing in this trust and value-based relations, because we can really think that we move alone, but there are no really challenges, neither geopolitical, neither economical, neither overcapacities, neither AI or protecting children alive. Whatever small or big topic you take, it doesn't really work if we do that alone.
But maybe the final bit of context too, maybe just, and I don't know if any of you will want to respond to this piece, because I think the overarching context for this question too is a lot of the more recent polling of European publics that now view the United States of significant proportion as an adversary. So I take your point, Ambassador, that the fundamentals are there, but something has really changed and the trust will have to be restored. And so I think that's going to be a difficult challenge for people like you all moving forward and having these conversations, obviously amongst Europeans, but also with US colleagues about how we can renew the relationship moving forward.
That's why I really believe that the conversation should be much broader.
Yeah.
That it's all stakeholders who really believe in that should be involved. And not only kind of muted and left only for the very few people. Yeah.
Of course, if we could agree on the shared values and the shared interest, we are fine. But I think there are two things that we could easily do to, restore the trust among us. And I think the Americans need to understand that the treatment of Zelensky in the White House and withdrawing the support to Ukraine has created a lot of question marks in Europe. So I think there are two things we can do. We Europeans, we promise to fulfill the agreements. We will pay, we will do the defense industry, we will strengthen our defense. So we will fulfill without any delay, we will deliver. And you come back and support Ukraine. With these two steps, I think we will have restored lots of the trust that has been lost.
Well, with that, it's an excellent note to end on. Anyone who listens to Brussels Sprouts know we always feel good when we end on a positive note, which is rare. So please join me in thanking our ambassadors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops.
If you're in the back there, please do come in. I see we've got a great crowd today, and I just want to remind you on a few things that are happening later in the day. We're going to have a networking lunch where you'll all have the opportunity to engage with interactive boards, and later on we also have breakout sessions on 4 key topics. I do remind you, at some point, look at your badge. I will try to give you directions. We'll have ushers to help you get to the places you need to go. I thought that was a fascinating discussion, and one thing that really struck me is not just a sense of shared values, but what those values exactly are, and the details of that feel important to me, as well as a sense of urgency from the European allies of the US. I don't want to belabor the soccer or the football analogy, but you may pick up from my accent to know who exactly I'm going to be rooting for later today. And it's going to be a festival here in the US. Up next, we've got 2 high-level discussions with our CEO, Richard Fontaine. First, we have Senator Joni Ernst. Later, we'll have Senator Ruben Gallego. And after that, in between, we'll have a short break for you to stretch your legs and get some coffee. I'm just going to see if they are ready to come on. Let me please welcome back to the stage Richard Fontaine and Senator Joni Ernst. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. We had a little transatlantic diplomacy going on back there.
I get a little chatty.
Which was good.
Sorry.
It was fantastic. So, Senator Ernst, thank you for joining us. It's great to have you here. Maybe we can just dive right in, and you could give a sense of how you see the big issue of the day, which is the war in Iran. If the military and our political objectives there are meeting the overall sort of plan, the strategy, how you see those things, how is things going, and then what the role of Congress has been and should be with all of this.
No, thank you, Richard, and thanks to CNAS. This is a great opportunity to really share some thoughts coming from Capitol Hill, and a lot of these thoughts will be mine and mine alone. Number may be shared by some of my colleagues, but I'll just set the stage by saying that I absolutely believe that the president has done the right thing when it comes to Iran. We have known for a number of years now that they were enriching uranium to a level that was not for peaceful purposes. And when a country is chanting death to America, death to Israel, you know, we probably should take them at their word, that they mean that they will come after the United States and our citizens. We have seen that years and years and years in the past, for decades. Now, I served in the war in Iraq, and we know how IEDs came about. They were made and developed in Iran and then deployed to kill Americans as they drove through the streets in Iraq. So there is a history there, and we saw it just escalating more and more. So I believe the president did the right thing. I stand behind him on that. Where are we today? We know that there are very tenuous ceasefires. We continue to go down this path, trying to keep Iran at the table in good faith negotiations. But we have seen, again, it's historically proven that the Iranians don't negotiate in good faith. But again, with the president, I have called him the president of peace before, because he is truly trying to get to a point where we have a much more stable Middle East. And in order to do that, we really have to put the bully Iran back on its heels. So there are a number of countries that we engage with through the Abraham Accords. The Gulf countries there, all 6 of the GCC countries were attacked by Iran simply because they hosted American assets. That's the first time in history that this has ever happened. So while initially those countries were a little wary about the United States and Israel engaging Iran, they are fully on board now. And I've had personal conversations with leadership of those countries. So we are doing the right thing. I do not want to see this war continue much longer into the future. Unfortunately, we don't get to decide that if Iran doesn't want to come to the table. I don't want to see troops on the ground there. But I do want to see resolution to this.
And how about the role of Congress? So the president went to war without an authorization, the use of military force. Did he need one? Does he need one now? And what should the role of Congress be in terms of war powers and authorization?
No, I don't think the president did need authorization. There was a clear danger, and the intelligence points to that, what we have been briefed on. We know that, again, Iran was continuing to develop enriched uranium. So we saw through Midnight Hammer and the continuation with Epic Fury, obviously going after very targeted facilities for developing enriched uranium as well as military targets. So I think the president was fully within his authority to do that. There are those of us in Congress that support that. Obviously, you will see those that don't support it, but that is something that we have to hash out on the Hill.
Let me shift a little bit over to some of the defense-specific issues. So one of the things that you've made one of your signatures is Pentagon waste and broader kind of reform in terms of how dollars are spent, how the Pentagon, how the department does its business. So what's your assessment right now under the Department of War's current leadership of how things are going on the waste and the reform stuff that you have spent so much time looking at?
It's been a long path. So the Department of War has never passed an audit. And the first time we really, in earnest, started auditing the Pentagon was in 2018 when Congress called for that. We have not seen a clean audit yet. I do think they are making good strides forward on obtaining a clean audit, but we have a long way to go. We see so much waste and abuse within the Pentagon, and a lot of that stems from contractors that take full advantage of their opportunity to sell goods and services to the Department of War at a premium price. And just one example that we've seen recently was the Air Force purchasing soap dispensers at an 8,000% markup. Okay, where on earth does that make sense? You know, a little hand soap dispenser, an 8,000% markup. So we have to be very diligent when it comes to those contracts and purchasing, and we've got to push back. It's not okay. It's like we're being held up by these contractors. It's not okay. We need to make sure that those purchasing officers have the opportunity to push back and get a fair deal from contractors. And that's just a tiny little example. You know, you escalate up into much bigger areas where we're buying significant platforms, exquisite platforms from our contractors or from our primes. You know, we really just have to flex our muscle a little bit more to make sure that our taxpayers aren't bearing a burden that gets them absolutely nothing in return.
So that's a good segue into a question, I guess, about the budget. The administration has proposed a department budget and a defense budget in the realm of, you know, $1.5 trillion, very big increase over last year's. One, is that the right number? Is that how much the United States should be spending on its defense? Is it too much, too little, or kind of exactly right? Where do you kind of come down there? And then with that additional amount of dollars, how do you think, where generally speaking do you think that those kinds of dollars should be devoted so as, among other things, to not fall into the situation that you just described?
Right. So the president has called for the $1.5 trillion to be spent in the Department of War. What our appropriators have done, they've set a top line at $1.15 trillion. And then the difference, the way we're thinking about it, the difference between that 1.15 and the 1.5 trillion would be made up through perhaps a second reconciliation package or a defense supplemental that could be done later this year. Do I think it's the right number coming from the president? I do think it is the right number. I think we do have to increase spending to get to a point where we are supporting a defense industrial base that will keep up with the needs of future technologies for our warfighting capabilities. We are just not there. You know, we have Chairman Wicker, Roger Wicker, chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he believes fully that we need to modernize, and especially if you look at our shift towards the Indo-Pacific, and what would it look like to defend Taiwan or to push back against China. We're looking at a lot of naval assets that we simply don't have right now. And our shipbuilding capabilities here in the United States are few and far between. So we need to develop that defense industrial base. We need to keep it strong. In order to do that, we have to have the budget that supports that. If you also look at the ever-developing capabilities, like in the war in Ukraine with drones and drone technology, that's evolving so rapidly. You know, we also need to figure out a way that we can keep an industrial base that is technologically advanced and can move at a moment's notice. So I think it's the right number, but then you also need watchdogs like me that I'm a war hawk, but I'm also a fiscal hawk. And so we have to have someone that's there scrutinizing those numbers, knowing that if we're asking the American taxpayer to invest $1.5 trillion in our warfighters and warfighting capabilities, that we are getting the absolute best bang for the buck that we can, and that those dollars are being appropriately spent.
How worried, if you are worried, are you about the munitions stock issues? I mean, there were a number of people, even before the Iran war, they were saying, look, if we find ourselves, God forbid, in a fight in the Indo-Pacific, then and it's a prolonged fight, we're going to need vast quantities of munitions in excess of what we already have. Whether you're talking about interceptors or offensive strike capabilities, all these other kinds of things. And then it's been a pretty resource-intensive war in Iran in that respect. So is that on your priority list to sort of fix? And is that the kind of thing that we can snap our fingers and buy more of the things that we might need?
Well, Richard, I worry about a lot of things, and munitions is one of them. I do. I tend to worry about all of these different areas that we're focused on, especially today. When I first came to the Senate 12 years ago, my hair was very dark, and it's not so dark anymore. But yes, munitions, I do worry about that. But I started worrying about that even as we were engaging and supplying the Ukrainians with munitions. The 155 is actually made in Iowa, at the Iowa Army Ammunition Plant. So just watching as we have moved through these different munition stockpiles, I do worry about it. Are we capable of reconstituting? Absolutely, we are. But again, we need to invest in our defense industrial base to make sure that we can do it. We can't snap our fingers, especially with the more exquisite munitions that are out there. Think about those ballistic missile interceptors. We have to have the appropriate supply chain to do that, and we've also focused very heavily on moving away from our adversaries and where are some of those critical minerals coming from that's necessary in developing those missiles or those interceptors. So yes, we can do this, but we have to have a concerted effort to do it. So do I worry? Yes. Does that mean we're in danger? No. I just worry a lot. But you need folks like me that worry about it, because then we are going to put our money where our mouths are. And we're also going to demand excellence in those that are providing those munitions. We're going to ask them to step up and move faster and with a much stronger intestinal fortitude than they have in the past. So we'll demand a lot more, we expect a lot more, but they can deliver a lot more.
You mentioned Ukraine. Do you think the U.S. has got the commitment to Ukraine right at this point? I mean, there's been, under the current administration, obviously a big shift from the previous approach of very large outlays in terms of military and economic aid to Ukraine to a different model where the United States is selling weapons that are usually paid for by the Europeans that go to Ukraine. And of course, there's lots of other assistance that's going to Ukraine in terms of behind the scenes kinds of things. So do you think that that's the right model of support for Ukraine? And maybe, your own view, but also kind of what you hear among your colleagues in terms of how they diagnose the state of the fight right now. I mean, the Russians look like they've started to lose territory for the first time since 2023. The Ukrainians have some momentum on the battlefield in a way that they didn't have as much before. So, is it the right model of assistance to Ukraine, and how do you sort of handicap where the fight is?
I think we have struck a good balance with within the structure of how we're providing support, how we're asking others to provide support, how the Ukrainians are developing their own technologies. So I think it may not be perfect, but I think it is a good balance. I feel very strongly about Ukraine. I am very thankful that we have had presidents along the way since the invasion of Russia into Ukraine that are willing to support. You will see differences in the administration on the levels of support and maybe how they administer that support. But I am thankful that we as the United States of America are still willing to engage in those battles. I've seen it from both ends of the spectrum where, President Biden was much more forceful about, oh, we need to support Ukraine, but they wouldn't be willing, they were never willing to say, do you want to see Ukraine win? He would never use that word, win. And then they would trickle out. They'd say, yeah, we're going to support Ukraine, but they would trickle out the support very, very slowly. And after about 6 months of deliberation on any type of weapon system. So it was very, very slow. We are in a process now where we can see things go out the door much faster under this administration. But this president, President Trump, he's saying, hey, okay, Ukraine, what are you gonna do, to step up and provide for what we're giving you? Are you going to pay for it? And how can we get other European nations to contribute towards the success of Ukraine? So, different styles, but overall, I'm just so thankful that the United States is still with Ukraine. And we will see victory for Ukraine at some point. We do see the Russians losing ground. The thing about Ukraine is their people believe in this fight. They believe in this fight, or they wouldn't have made it this far. The Russians and who they're sending to the front lines, they don't believe in what they're doing. They're just being sent to the slaughterhouse at the front lines. And they know that, I think, at this point. We'll see what transpires in the weeks and months to come. But let this be a cautionary tale, though, with Ukraine. One, it should have never happened. Partner nations to Ukraine, including the United States, should have been much more forceful in standing up and pushing back against a Russian invasion. It was not a simple little incursion. We should have made it very clear that if you come into Ukraine, we're going to be there for Ukraine. So Russia, you better think twice. Deterrence is always better than engaging in a war like what we see today.
When you're talking to your constituents in Iowa, are they still talking and thinking about the war in Ukraine? And how do they see, or how do you talk to them about the risk that Russia poses to the United States that would justify support to Ukraine? And maybe also you could say something about kind of how it's always hard we say, the constituents, but how folks that you're talking to are thinking about the war in Iran.
Yes, with Ukraine, it does hit home maybe a little more than it does with, I'll give a couple different circumstances. It doesn't hit home more than Iran, just in a different way. Iowans are tied to the land. We are an agriculturally grounded state. Well, so is Ukraine. So we actually have a few farmers from Iowa that also farm in Ukraine and have farms in Ukraine. So we are very tied. A number of our ag companies in Iowa do significant work in Ukraine. So through this thread of agriculture, we've been tied to Ukraine, really since it separated from the Soviet Union. I did an ag exchange in Ukraine in 1989.
No kidding.
Between my freshman and sophomore year at Iowa State University. So I lived on a collective farm, and there were 17 other students from the state of Iowa. And we all lived with different families on this collective, and we assisted in farming with the Ukrainians there. And I lived with a family that had a young girl about my age. I called her my Soviet sister. Now she's my Ukrainian sister. We're still in touch today, and the war has been very stressful on her family and on my family as well, as we worry about them. So there have been a lot of threads between Iowa and Ukraine. So Iowans, large in part, really, really want to stand strong with Ukraine. The war in Iran, it has hit a different way. Obviously, there aren't the same common threads that we have between Iowa and Iran, but we do commit a lot of servicemen and women in that fight. And in that first counterattack, after the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, that first counterattack by Iran, we lost 6 reservists from our 103rd Expeditionary Sustainment Command. So we felt the pain of loss out of this reserve unit based out of Des Moines, Iowa. You know, we've lost in the low teens now members of our American military force. And if you think about it, half of them were based in a unit in Iowa. So we feel the pain a little bit differently. But we do feel strongly that there was a threat to the United States, and while we're largely insulated in Iowa, being in the heartland, we're never fully removed from the pain of war. So we explain it in a way that we are doing this to protect our nation, and the Iowans, they get that.
So as you said before, you've served in combat. You have a very kind of on the ground perspective, in addition to on some of these questions, in addition to serving in the Senate and looking at these things from sort of a high level policy perspective. You're the first female combat veteran to serve in the U.S. Senate. So maybe I can ask you about the integration of women into combat roles in the department and in the military, and how you think that is going right now, and what your sort of assessment of the state of that.
Yes, I fully believe, as many others do, that if you meet a set standard for an occupational specialty, regardless of branch, if you meet that physical, mental standard, you have the aptitude for that military occupational specialty, then you should be qualified to serve in that capacity. I have known women that have served in the infantry. I had an agricultural staffer on my staff here in DC that went to the infantry officers course. She is an Iowan serving in the Iowa Army National Guard as an infantry officer, and she could probably beat the pants off of half the men in her class. But she meets the standard. The standards were not lowered for her. She had to meet the same standards as every other male participating in that course. So I do believe if you have the ability to achieve those standards, then serve. Not everybody will want to serve. You know, there's been this worry that by opening up combat arms to women, we're gonna have a flood of women that can't meet that. No. I would not want to serve in the infantry. I was happy being an engineer officer and serving as a transportation officer and a logistician. I've held 3 branches through my time serving in the reserves and the Iowa Army National Guard. I love that, but I had no desire to go to Ranger School. So as long as we keep a gender neutral standard and people meet that standard, allow them to serve.
And is that where you think the department is right now? Does their approach right now reflect?
That may not be where the department is right now.
Okay.
No, that may not be where the department is. But again, I think if you truly want equal opportunity and you want people to meet the standard, then set a standard. And I believe in a high standard, especially for those that are going into combat arms. They do need to be stronger. They need to move faster than maybe somebody that is commanding a truck company. So set those standards high, but if you meet those standards, allow people to serve.
Yep. Let me shift gears just a little bit again to something else that you've talked a lot about, which is about autonomous weapons policy, AI-driven targeting. You, I believe, have said that, the current autonomous weapons policy isn't quite built for AI targeting and where we need to be given the technological advances that we've seen, even in the past number of months. So how do you think that policy needs to be updated or changed? And is Congress playing an active role in doing that? Or is this essentially left to the department to sort of formulate what the next step's going to be?
So Congress is actively engaging in those discussions, and we just completed the Senate Armed Services Committee version of our National Defense Authorization Act yesterday. That information is sequestered, so I can't tell you what we arrived at coming through these discussions, but I can tell you we did have a very active discussion about this, and we will continue to have active discussions about this. We have had hearings on this in classified settings. And so there will be a continuous debate over at what point do you allow autonomy in the development of battle plans and weapon systems and targeting. How do humans interact, and at what point in those phases? So we've had many, many discussions about that. I think we still have a ways to go, and I don't know that we will ever have a 100% solution, because you do have AI advancing so rapidly, and people have called for moratoriums when it comes to AI and AI development. But at the same time, I would say that AI scares me, but it also excites me. I think there is so much that we can do and see through the world of AI that has been impossible in the past. But the thing about a moratorium is, if the United States just says, hey, we're going to stop right here, we're going to take an operational pause until we get it figured out, okay, fine, well and good. Just understand that our adversaries would never do that. They will never take an operational pause. They will continue to develop rapidly and perhaps overtake where we are as the United States, and then we're at a significant disadvantage. So we still have a ways to go in setting guardrails for autonomous systems and AI, but just know and understand the department is heavily engaged. Our partners in industry are heavily engaged in those discussions, and members of Congress, we are actively engaging as well. It is incredibly important to get it as right as we can.
Do you think there's a consensus around at least kind of the high level, almost philosophical approaches to human in the loop for lethal decision making, but maybe also distinguishing the ability of autonomous systems to act in a defensive capacity in terms of missiles or drone interceptors, for example, or cyber defenses that can act autonomously in response very quickly to incoming threats? I mean, right. Or is even that kind of up for discussion at this point, because the parameters of this question are sort of fuzzy?
Yeah, they are very fuzzy. I'll just start with that technical term, fuzzy. So. Yes, and we've had this really debate about at what point do humans need to be in this decision loop? Do they need to be in the decision loop? With many of us would agree that at some point in their humans, yes, absolutely, need to be part of that. But at what point can you say we have tested and tested and tested and retested this system so much that now we are trusting that an autonomous decision could be made in a split second to protect our people? If we have, say, a hypersonic missile coming at New York City, where you have millions of people's lives, do you really want a human to take that extra 5 seconds to decide and maybe not make a decision fast enough to protect a city. But if you have an autonomous system that can see that, wow, here is a threat, I can intercept it now and make that decision, I would say we probably need to have a system make that decision rather than risk millions of lives. So again, that's the debate that we continue to have. And again, there will probably never be a 100% solution. And it is very, very fuzzy in certain situations, but we want to do the absolute best we can.
Earlier in the conference, we had a group of members of the House of Representatives here from both parties, and they were reflecting that of the committees in the House, the Armed Services Committee was very likely the most bipartisan of all of them. I think you could say in the Senate, the areas of national security broadly defined are probably the areas of greatest bipartisanship. It certainly is not some of the other issues that one might be able to think about. Maybe just reflecting on the breadth of your time in the Senate, are there areas of bipartisan cooperation on national security policy that you think are sort of ripe for greater work now? And the bigger narrative is that the country has gotten more polarized, things have gotten more partisan, it's harder to get things done than it used to be, and things like that. Has that been your experience specifically on national security policy over your time in the Senate, or is the things that you've been working on, particularly on the defense and national security side, a little bit isolated from the broader kind of political winds that have been characterizing everything?
Well, coming out of, just freshly out of NDAA over the last several days, I just want to reassure everybody that bipartisanship is still alive and well. And even on a number of issues that folks may have thought, oh, it's all going to be shirts and skins. There were others that would agree, disagree. There were a few issues where there are hard lines drawn, and Democrats vote one way and Republicans voted another way. But I would say probably on 75% of the issues and amendments that were presented through the process, you had bipartisan agreement and disagreement. And we had some pretty active debates, all very respectful. And so I'm heartened at that, because what the media would make all of you believe is that we don't get along and we can't have constructive discussions, and that's not true. There are many of my colleagues across the aisle that I've worked on many bipartisan issues. Kirsten Gillibrand, a good friend of mine on the Armed Services Committee, just a number of years ago, and we had worked very hard for years on this issue, but we were able to come together and pass a measure regarding sexual violence and sexual assault on women in the military. So that was quite an achievement. Just more recently, I've worked with Richard Blumenthal on making sure that military housing is safe for our military families. So there's a lot of disagreement, maybe in the broader spectrum out there, but when it comes to policy regarding our men and women in uniform and how we protect our nation, large in part Republicans and Democrats and our independents, because Angus King is on the Armed Services Committee, he is an independent, we can all come together and do the right thing.
I wish that people could see a closed-door NDAA markup precisely for the reason that you're describing, and how different that is than a televised hearing.
Right.
Even if you're talking about the same issues and you have many of the same people. Because in my limited experience of having been behind those closed doors, it is incredibly constructive, it's incredibly productive. It would surprise the hell out of a lot of people that think the norm is the hearing. But if you let people see what was behind the closed doors, then you would probably get something more like the hearing.
I think they would feel a lot better about our country and Congress. And I'll share just a little tidbit too, and this has no valuable takeaway for any of you. But it's funny because we eat a lot on those days that we're sequestered behind closed doors. And what my team does, I have a popcorn maker, one of the large stand-up popcorn makers. In Iowa, we have popcorn that will pop during the day and distribute then to the members. We don't want people to be hangry. We call it popcorn diplomacy, but every office will bring in food through the day, and we eat our meals together, we take the snacks together, and while it's no valuable takeaway for any of you, I just want you to know that we are truly friends as well as members of Congress. Even though we may be significantly divided on a number of different issues, we still respect each other, and at the end of the day, we can still have a number of good laughs and share a good meal.
That's a wonderful way to end this session. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here today. And of course, thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you, Richard.
Please join me in thanking Senator Joni Ernst.
Thank you. Yeah. Outstanding.
So please enjoy a short break and don't stray too far because we have one of the highlights of the day coming up. Thank you. If I could ask everyone just to make their way back to their seats, we'll be starting momentarily. Thank you. All right, could I ask everyone just to make their way back to their seats? We are starting in just a few seconds. I've thought the first few sessions have been fascinating. We got a sense from congressional leaders where there's areas of agreement, areas of strong but polite disagreement. Please do make your way from the back. We're going to have the session starting now. One thing I wanted to stress is that this day is about interacting with each other. We'll have plenty of time later during our networking lunch. You'll see boards around the room to allow you to kind of have your say about the new rules, about your experience in the national security world. One of the core parts of CNAS is the next generation of national security leaders, and we'll be having a special moment to celebrate that later in the day. Right after this panel, we're going to have a series of discussions that take the issue of autonomy, national security, and technology away from the legislative and, shall we say, philosophical, and to the actual, the rules, directives, and the practical ways that that is going to be rolled out in the coming months and years. In a short moment, I would like to invite Richard Fontaine back to the stage and Senator Ruben Gallego. Before we do that, please remember that the breakout sessions later today are going to be highly interactive. You should learn something, and also we encourage you to participate in those discussions. But let me now invite Richard Fontaine and Senator Gallego to the stage. Thank you.
Senator Ruben Gallego, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
For being here today. Maybe we can just dive right in. And I'll ask you, we just had a conversation with Senator Joni Ernst and started off by asking her perspective on the war in Iran, how it's going, and the role of Congress. What is it and what should it be in terms of the authorization or lack thereof? Where do you come down on your diagnosis of where we are and the right role of Congress in this?
Well, when President Trump started this war, we were told that this is going to be a quick war. It's not quick. We are now escalating. We don't actually know the rationale of how we went to this war, why we went to this war, what is in the best interest, national security interest of this country. And right now, the president is essentially trying to go deeper into the war in order to get out of this war. I think anytime you find yourself in that situation, you can't say that you're winning. I mean, tactically, I think, yes, to some regard, we are meeting our military objectives, but Iran still has the advantage of geography, and they're effectively using it right now. And I fear that this president, in order to find a way out of this war, is only going to continue to escalate to a point where I think we're going to find ourselves deeper into a quagmire. Where we are in terms of Senate is that we haven't actually exerted any of our constitutional powers over war making. And we've had a lot of attempts, but some of our Republican colleagues, the one that you just met, just have not been willing to assert that power that was given to us by the Founding Fathers. And the reason they were given it to us by the Founding Fathers, because it was exactly for these types of situations where we could find ourselves in a position where we have an executive that is putting us deeper into a war that is not thoroughly thought out, wasn't thoroughly thought out to begin with, has no ability for us to execute a way out of it, and again, doesn't even have the popular support of the American public. We have an opportunity now. There is a new war powers resolution that's coming out of the House. We have an opportunity now in the Senate again to assert ourselves and really try to bring, pen this war in at least a little more so that we could actually shape potentially a good out for this country. And I don't see that happening if we actually try to go more kinetic than suggesting what the president's trying to do now.
What do you think a good out for the country looks like? What do we do now?
I mean, I think a good out means that we have some of our best negotiators actually going to Iran, and we're not sending Tweedledee and Tweedledum in terms of Kushner and Witkoff trying to negotiate against the best. Yeah, I know it's controversial. We're against some of the best negotiators in the world, right? We need to sit down, do the hard work, and find a way that we can get ourselves out of this, where we can still hold our position as a true trusted ally in the Middle East, where we don't empower Iran more so than it is right now, or at least give them more power or the Strait of Hormuz. But that requires us to be patient. That requires us to do some real hard work, to have some real hard conversations against our allies. And again, it requires us to actually have professionals at the table and not these rookies that are putting us in the situation that we are right now.
Let me switch a little bit to the broader question of defense strategy writ large. The administration's national security strategy, national defense strategy put primacy on the Western Hemisphere. This was a shift from what seemed to be a consensus for the past couple of administrations, including the first Trump administration, that the Indo-Pacific was a priority region for the United States, largely because that's where China is and it's most active in that region, but for other reasons as well. And so the bulk of U.S. national security efforts were going to be to increase deterrence and to increase presence and things in the Indo-Pacific. You're obviously from a border state where there are concerns about things coming across the border and everything else. There's been some debate among some people say, well, look, it's always been obvious that we would care about the Western Hemisphere and sort of the homeland first. And so it's just kind of a recitation of what's obvious. Others is, no, this is actually a pivot from a focus on China and the Indo-Pacific to the Western Hemisphere and drug boats in the Caribbean and Venezuela and Cuba and Bolivia and Nicaragua and all these other places. So where do you come down on whether this is sort of a good idea to put this first in our defense policy or not? And how do you think about the role of the hemisphere, given all the other things that the United States has?
Well, I mean, let's begin by just making sure we understand that it's just a mistake for us to even have people questioning where our focus is, right? If our competitors look at the NDS, they're saying, you know what, the United States is pivoting away from Indo-PACOM. This is an opportunity to take advantage, whatever advantage that may be, asserting ourselves more against the Philippines, Taiwan, whatever it is, right? But then if you actually look at where the request from the president's office comes for the national defense, the NDA, the defense budget, the NDA doesn't even match the NDS, which traditionally that's actually how we've always kind of aligned ourselves. So what is this president trying to say? I think, in my opinion, they try to use the NDS as a political statement. Personally, not just as an Arizona that deals with border policy, but as someone with Colombian and Mexican heritage, I've always wanted the United States to actually have a bigger pivot and bigger focus on Latin America, but not just on the national security side and more on a collaborative side than anything else, especially collaboration in terms of whether it's anti-narcos, anti-corruption, building up, an economy that would be beneficial both to Latin America, but also to us as a country, especially nearshoring a lot of the industries that we don't want to be found in China or generally just in Asia because it's hard to get to. And that's something that would be a positive side if this president could actually focus on that, not just on the kind of the hard side of using kind of our military power. Kind of getting attacked by a fly here.
Oh, I see that. It's like when Mike Pence.
I know. I'm gonna get Pence real quick. And right now you do have a lot of the South American governments that are having a more rightward shift, which tend to be pro-U.S., which I think is actually beneficial to us as a country. But if we don't establish long-term relationships that are going to last no matter what parties in power down there, we do leave a void open for actors like China to come in and actually have more leverage and be able to bring that region of the world closer to their sphere of influence when they're literally just 3-4 hours south from here right now.
I mean, it seemed like in the first Trump administration and in the Biden administration, there was actually kind of a unusual amount of commonality in the big picture, in the sense that there was a consensus that China was the greatest long-term strategic challenge of the United States. Obviously, it was not the only strategic challenge to the United States, and the U.S. is a global power and has interests all over the world and activities all over the world. But China was the place really to focus more than anywhere else, and so was the top priority. Is that how you see it? And do you think that that's reflected, if you do, is that reflected in our current defense and national security approach?
I certainly believe that China is the existential threat to what we understand as the American-led world order. And I think that this administration wants to have it two ways. They want to have potentially a friendly relation that allows China and the United States to kind of grow and grow side by side without any conflict. There's other parts of the administration that understands that there may be conflict coming, so we have to be ready for that. The problem is that the president's switching back and forth. It's sending mixed messages, mixed signals. With the latest summit. Both from his verbiage as well as Secretary Hegseth, regarding our approach to Taiwan. It's just throwing up way too many mixed signals in a time where China's more assertive, whether it's how they're dealing with Iran right now, what they're dealing with the Philippines, some of their exercises around Taiwan. Our mixed messages and our mixed signals are going to potentially cause a lot of problems with China in the sense that they may underread or overread our intentions in that region. And I think that could cause, that could potentially lead us to a conflict that we don't want to happen.
You were in Ukraine quite recently, and I wondered if you could give us just a sense of what you saw and heard from folks on the ground there. What's the feeling, what's the mood, what's the sense of momentum on the battlefield and so forth. And then the other, just maybe a reflection on our current approach to Ukraine, which has obviously shifted quite markedly from the previous administration was giving vast quantities of military and economic aid to a different model where we're selling the weapons, the Europeans are buying them, although there are other forms of cooperation happening behind the scenes. Is that the sort of right mix of approaches?
Well, first of all, you can really sense in Ukraine and in Europe in general that there is a vibe shift, as the kids would call it, where they feel that they actually have momentum on their side. And even, just walking around Odessa, you can sense from the Ukrainian people this mission of just, we're not just going to survive, we're going to thrive. And then talking to soldiers and talking to other policymakers, they're talking about the long-term vision of Ukraine, not just, how we're going to make it to the next month. And there's still challenges, right? I mean, right now they're getting ready for the winter that's coming, and they have potential problems in terms of us being able to arm them with the interceptors they need to stop a very hard winter. But they have a sense like time is now on their side. I'm sure everyone here has been reading the same reports that I've read about some of the successes they had in terms of isolating Crimea from the supply routes that were kind of moving through Kherson and other places. That is having an effect. It certainly feels like it's having an effect. What we need to do as a country is that we cannot participate in any type of negotiation and peace deal that ends up giving land to the Russians that they could not get at war. If they win at the negotiating table, but they couldn't win at the battlefield, one, I doubt that the Ukrainian people themselves would ever accept it. But two, it only encourages Russia to continue in this endeavor. I think right now Russia is thinking that the few couple outs they have is a negotiated peace by the United States, European Union, kind of just walking away at some point because they're no longer interested. But the more the time goes on, the more success that Ukraine has, that's less and less likely to have it. Orban leaving, by the way, has been one of, I think, the best, most underrated reasons why also I think the shift has happened. They now know that the European Union is going to be a potential backstop, or is a backstop, especially since we've started funding Ukraine, and unlocking the sanctioned Russian money to be used for Ukraine defense. It's I think close to $90 billion. That's enough to get them past at least this administration, and hopefully have a next administration that's actually going to be there and in the fight. Where we are right now, look, we're still supporting Ukraine in many ways, including intelligence sharing and other methods, which I think is important. But the fact that we aren't, selling them some of our best armaments, the fact that we're not, again, giving them the long-range strike capability, a problem I think also that Biden should have also done too, I think is a big mistake. It is in the national interest of the United States for us, us too. It is the national interest of the United States for Ukraine to defeat Russia, and in the meantime, for Ukraine to degrade Russia. And it is, aligning our interests with our resources to do that, I think, is something we should continue doing.
Great. Maybe I can switch a little bit to some of the issues more specific to defense policy and the current department's approach. When you look at this is relevant to Ukraine. When you look at some of the lessons that Ukraine has thrown off in terms of advances in drone warfare, unmanned systems more broadly speaking, AI-equipped capabilities and so forth, the Pentagon is now for a number of years made a big effort to try to absorb as many of those technologies on as rapid a basis as possible and then integrate those into the capabilities available to the warfighter. How do you see that process going right now in terms of speed, effectiveness, scale?
We're way behind the curve. And just talking to me and my Marine buddies, when I was on patrolling Iraq, the capability for us to get information that we saw on the ground back to headquarters, and then headquarters to intelligence, and then being able to turn around and do something actionable about it, sometimes could be weeks. What we're seeing in Ukraine is that they're able to actually take a frontline, infantryman, using very off-the-shelf technology, some kind of app on their phone, send it back to essentially a fusion center, and they're able to do actionable movements on that information, whether it's attacking something or actually being able to use it to create whatever new innovation that's happening. So, for example, the reason you have such massive, strong, and scalable innovation when it comes to drones, AI, and other things is because you have active military men and women that are using it every day, and they're able to actually send that information back, and you have a defense system over there that is designed for outputs. We are not aligned at all in that way. We are still too top-heavy when it comes to our massive defense contractors, which are good when we have to build big platforms, expensive platforms that sometimes we don't want to take the cost on as a nation. But when it comes to being able to create that $5,000 drone and be able to scale it up as needed, we don't have even the contracting process to do that, let alone trying to integrate AI into that and how you actually can make it work autonomously in a battlefield. We need to be using this opportunity, which we didn't, especially at the beginning of the Iran war, to learn from Ukraine. We should be trying to get every piece of information that we can from Ukraine. There are some defense collaboration agreements that are happening right now. We have U.S. defense companies that are teaming up with Ukrainian companies, but we really need to blow that up, expand that as fast as not blow. I shouldn't use that word in terms of Ukraine. Expand it as fast as possible because that war of tomorrow is going to come pretty soon. And right now we are totally aligned for a war of the late 1990s. And what we've seen is that if you're that country, if you're Russia, you're going to find yourself in a very losing situation. So this is the time for us to, first of all, take advantage of the investment we've made in Ukraine, take advantage of the losses that they've had and the blood, sweat, and tears and human lives that they've given, and they will share that with us. They want us to be as strong as they are when it comes to this type of warfare. They know that if we can fight like they fight, that they have a better future going to the future. And they also want, obviously, the rest of Europe to learn that going forward. But right now, we need to also get over whatever is happening in the Department of Defense that did not allow them to have those conversations prior to the Iran war, whether it's ego, whether it's just bureaucracy. But this is the time for us to kind of break through that and take advantage of that knowledge, because that knowledge is going to be the knowledge that's going to be able to stop, hopefully, wars from happening in the future.
You describe China as the greatest challenge to the U.S.-led international order. When you talk to your constituents about Russia, Ukraine in particular, how do you describe the case for supporting Ukraine and opposing Russia? I mean, what is sort of the reason for an Arizonan to think that this is a fight worthy of having a side in and seeing that we want Ukraine to win and we want Russia to lose?
Well, I have the benefit of being a state that was represented by John McCain, for decades, and he was able to be a great role model to both Democrats and Republicans, especially Democrats and Republicans that believe in a strong national security, U.S. national security. And so a lot of what we talk about is kind of talking about in the vein of John McCain and even of Ronald Reagan, and which I know it's crazy as a Democrat for me to say, but this is the world we live in right now. When we talk about Russia and Ukraine, when I talk to constituents about this, it's not at the top of their issue, right? I mean, they care about inflation, number one, inflation, number two, inflation, number three, and then now, because it's Arizona, immigration. But it is, when you talk about a kind of an issue of morality, and talk about the fact that the Ukrainians themselves are fighting for their lives. They're defending themselves, and they're doing it well. And that they're not even asking for us to send our men or women into harm's way. They just want us to continue backing them, and this is a legacy of the United States protecting free countries. They want to be free and sovereign. You have alignment from U.S. citizens. Now, there may be a question about funding and how that funding looks, but I think that's something, again, that we could also be working out now, especially, again, unlocking a lot of that money that was just unlocked by the EU. But they want to see Ukraine win. They understand that there is good and there is bad. Russia is bad. Ukraine is good in this scenario, and it is in the best interest of the United States for us to back the good. And, I can't speak for other states, but I certainly believe, from what I've seen, from the conversations I've seen, and the fact that I've been such an ardent and open supporter of Ukraine, and even in a very contested race in 2024, I was openly supportive of Ukraine and continued to even vote for supplemental bills for Ukraine. And it was used as an attack on me, and we still won, and we won in a very hard year and overperformed almost all Democrats in 2024, while having a position that people said, quote unquote, was unpopular.
My old boss, John McCain, who I spent a few years of my life working for, would often try to pursue some bipartisan approaches to things, sometimes successfully and sometimes not.
Yeah.
I remember back when I was working on the Hill, the folks like Senator McCain or then Senator Biden would reminisce about how good it used to be, and they were saying now it's so polarized and stuff, and now people will say, well, when McCain and Biden were there, it was so great, and now, but stepping back from that, do you see areas of bipartisan collaboration in national security policy today?
Yeah.
Areas that, it doesn't matter that much how polarized we may or may not be as a country, and even in Washington and everything else, but nevertheless, people of goodwill can come together for the good of the country behind specific policy.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I think you had Don Bacon on earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, Don Bacon is a good example. He and I worked for years together to create the Baltic Security Initiative, and this is even prior to the Ukraine kicking off. We traveled together to the Baltics, pushed an initiative that the Department of Defense hated, that our own leadership hated, both Democratic and Republicans hated, but they need our votes. And so we always got it funded every year. And even now, a really good example of that, again, they try to get rid of the Baltic Security Initiative, the Trump administration. And because of leadership of Republican and Democratic senators, specifically Senator Wicker, also, we were able to push it back in, even though, again, they've been trying to knock it out in a time right now where, they desperately need it. I work with Senator Jim Banks from Indiana on some of our AI chip export policy, right? Something that, again, this administration is for, but for a lot of us that are worried about giving away our technological edge to China, we're able to find a lot of core agreement on working together. Some of the sanctions bills that are coming up, Ukrainian sanctions bills, are bipartisan, right? So there is a lot that does happen on foreign policy. And when we take our codels together, you really do see alignment, and we all speak from the same hymnal. And I think it's very important, especially now when there's some questioning of U.S. role in the world, that we have 10, 15 senators that travel together to some of these international forums, and they see that you have a dedicated bipartisan group to continue U.S. leadership in the world.
Mm. Just going back to Latin America, Western Hemisphere, which you have spent time thinking about and working on over the years. In the past couple of weeks, was both in Japan and then in Europe, and a question that kept coming up from folks I was talking to was, we saw Venezuela, we saw Iran, is Cuba next? So, wow.
Well, that's a sign. Sorry, Marco.
I'm tempted to make a lights out for Cuba, lights out here thing, but it doesn't quite work. Should Cuba be next, or what? I'm not sure exactly what that would mean.
Cuba should not be. Cuba is a poor country of 9 million people. There is no existential threat to the United States for us to exert our military power on a small, poor country. Is it a corrupt country? Absolutely. Is it horrible to its people? Absolutely. Would I be supportive of a change in leadership? Absolutely, if it's led by the Cubans. But for us to continue to use military power to change, leaders that we don't like, we're basically giving carte blanche to other countries to do the same, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, whether anybody else. So we talk about rules-based order. We want to lead the rules-based order, but then we're like, except for when we're in charge, or except when it's in our interests. I just think that every time we engage in any type of this intervention, and have actually Latin America, thank you.
Apparently the gods love
we'll see.
Because
must be Catholic. It just ends up being bad. Again, Cuba, 9 million, country of 9 million people, right? A military that is deteriorated, and every time we hear of the kind of the bells of trying to lead us to war, it's like, oh, they have drones. I'm like, yeah, they have drones that are not going to go anywhere, right? And I just don't want to spend more of our time, wasting our time, our reputation, potentially our men and women in combat for a country that will never, ever be a threat to us at the pace of what they're doing right now.
Mm. And looking to the Middle East more generally, I had thought that if there was one consensus kind of in U.S. foreign policy these days, it was that by all means, we kind of wanted to make sure we avoided inconclusive wars in the Middle East that were kind of resource intensive.
I was one of those consequences of inconclusive wars.
Right. So, but here we are. And
that's a very big here we are. That's a very loaded here we are.
Oh, I'm just asking the question. But what I was going to ask is, when you look at the Middle East, there has to be some steady state. We've had this kind of yo-yo diet in the Middle East where we will constantly say, oh, we got ourselves into this war, well, now we've got to get out more or less completely, but then we get pulled back in for one reason or another or whatever. Do you have a sense of what the right kind of level of U.S. engagement, especially militarily and in terms of presence and things like that, is in the Middle East? It presumably is somewhere between zero and all-out war with different countries in the Middle East.
Well, if I told you that, I'd be a genius. If I was correct, I'd be a genius. But I do think that we need to move to a position where we are stabilizing, but not necessarily threatening. Yeah. And I think part of the the situation that we find ourselves in the Middle East is that half the time, how we base ourselves and how we project ourselves, it does create a sense, I think, in some countries that we're there for potential regime change, and which incidentally, I guess we have been. I do agree with Colby that we need to start, orienting ourselves to the Indo-PACOM, and we have a lot of assets and focus on the Middle East. But until it somehow becomes more stabilized to the point that we could have a very, very small footprint, we are going to have to continue to have some kind of stabilizing footprint. And some of that is making sure that, we have countries that are, sovereign and independent. We have to make sure Iraq, for example, does not become a satellite a closer satellite to Iran. We want to make sure that Syria continues on its path forward in terms of becoming a multi-ethnic run government with respect to minority rights. We need to see Iran at least contain itself to the point of its borders and not engage in proxy battles and/or real battles in terms of bombing our Gulf allies and Israel also. That is a lot to be done, but I think first step is to get out of engagement that we are right now and actually engage in that kind of long-term planning about how to bring stability to that region, allow us to basically pivot away and focus on what I think is our real pacing threat, which is Indo-PACOM and China, and also be able to move the investments in time, money, and even brain power from the Middle East to Indo-PACOM. And we found this when I first started the House of Representatives on the Armed Services Committee, that some of our best thinkers that were coming out of college were still very much focused on the wars of the Middle East and not really understanding nor being able to put good policy together to deal with the future war that may be coming and hopefully doesn't come when it comes to the Indo-PACOM region. And it's our involvement in that region has really sucked up a lot of our time, effort, focus, and it's time for us to figure out how to smartly and in a way that keeps the region stable and us obviously also stable, be able to pivot away.
So last question for you. The theme of the CNAS conference this year is new rules. Not no rules, but new rules.
Okay. Isn't that like a Bill Maher thing or something like that?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. You better check your copyright on that. Yeah. So.
All right. Well, we'll have to
I'm surprised you don't watch Bill Maher. Shocker.
Run that through the marketing department one more time. So, but let's say it's new rules has been embraced by us and potentially major comedians as well. So, is there kind of and kind of define this however you want to define it, but is there sort of a new rule that you could think that you would offer in the sense that something the United States is doing today that you would do differently, that you think we should do differently, something that you believe the U.S. has to really put emphasis on that it is not, or maybe it's lights and electricity production in the nation's capital, or anything else?
I mean, the new rule is the old rule. Like, don't start wars in Asia. I mean, that's been quite a while.
Land wars in Asia would be a good start.
Yeah, well, I know I'm not the first genius to come up with that one. But number two, Colin Powell, you break it, you own it. And number three, when you go to war, understand why you're going to war, understand how you're going to get out of that war. And I think if we had listened to any of those three rules, we would not be in where we are right now.
Great. Senator Gallego, thank you for being here today. And of course, thank you for your service to the country. We appreciate it very much. Please join me in thanking Senator Gallego.
Give them one more hand, please. As they set up behind me, one thing is really interesting. Later in the day, we're going to have a substantive discussion about the place of China in the Indo-Pacific and how the U.S. should posture itself, as well as work with its allies. And I think what is really interesting as we move into this next session, I think we've had a lot of discussion on the legislative and almost philosophical side of national security and the U.S. Now we're really getting into the solutions portion of the day. Senator Gallego mentioned the challenges of the defense industrial base and adjusting to new technological world that we are living in, particularly as we see in Ukraine. And having been close to the front lines in Ukraine, we weren't all that concerned about artillery, but we were always hoping that it was a cloudy day because we were terrified of the drones. The next session we have, and please, just a reminder, we're not doing big introductions here today. If you go on the QR code on your session card, you can look up everyone here who's speaking. But the next session is on that, a new American industrial base. I'd like to welcome the Honorable Susanna Bloom and Veronica Daigle, as well as Brian Katz, moderated by Becca Wasser. Thank you.
Well, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for what I hope is going to be a really dynamic session on the future of the American industrial base. We've seen industrial base efforts come to the forefront of, frankly, all things defense policy and industrial policy in recent years. From conflicts in like Russia's wanton invasion of Ukraine to more recently in Iran, where we have seen an enormous consumption of munitions and other materials that we need, we are finding that the defense industrial base is so necessary. But it's equally necessary to think about how the industrial base can be modernized for this current era and this current environment that we find ourselves in. So it's not only about how is it that we can ramp up production of the things that we need now, but how we can also ramp production for the things that we might need tomorrow and how we can modernize more fully. So I'm really excited that I have this great group of panelists who need absolutely no introduction whatsoever. We've got a really short amount of time for this, so we're just gonna jump right into it so we can hear all the things that they have to tell us today. So we've seen all of these changes for the defense industrial base. We've seen the need to just change things rapidly. But it almost seems as though the defense industrial base is still optimized for the wars of yesteryear and the environments that we've expected to find ourselves in, not the ones that we find ourselves in now. So with that in mind, Veronica, I was wondering if I could start with you and sort of get you to say, what do you think is the one rule that the defense industrial base is still going by that you think needs to be thrown out?
No, and thank you, and it's such a pleasure to be here. I would say, and I say this lovingly as a former OMB examiner and CAPE SDS, but I think working through the traditional contracting requirements, budgeting process, it just takes too long. So we have to find faster ways to really bring new innovation into the building, get it into the hands of the warfighters and the operators. And you're finding that there are enlightened leaders that are willing to lean forward and to try novel approaches. So, for example, whether getting an OTA, right, that's gonna open up avenues for exploration and prototyping quickly. But we've got to do this. I think that, relying on the old processes and, trying to go step by step, it just takes too long. And so I would say that's one of the rules that's changing. And you are seeing it. You are seeing that there are folks in the Pentagon that are trying new ways to bring people on quickly and to experiment and be able to field faster.
I'm going to turn to my favorite process queen over here, and because I have a feeling that you've got something to say about that, but I'd love to hear if you agree with that, but also if that's kind of the old rule that you think needs to be thrown out as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I hear Veronica saying a lot of things that I completely agree with. Process queen, what a dubious title.
You're stuck with it.
I'm stuck. As I wrote recently in an essay published with CNAS, process is an empty vessel. And I think that there is an intense amount of focus on building the right process and changing who's in charge and restructuring the JRAC and restructuring the DMAG and da-da-da-da-da. But at the end of the day, all of that stuff is like the cup that the coffee goes into. And a bad cup of coffee in a perfect cup is still a bad cup of coffee. And so, what I would say is the old rule that we need to stop rearranging the deck chairs. There's been an defense acquisition has been in a constant state of reform for 15, 20 years at this point. So we probably ought to just take a beat and shift the focus of the senior leadership in the department, out in the industrial base and in the Congress towards execution, a much more intense focus on executing the plan as opposed to building plans and then sort of turning immediately to building the next plan and not really watching what happens with that first one.
Sometimes you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Brian, what do you think is outdated?
I'm going to yes and Veronica here.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
The yes is yes, we need to accelerate getting technology.
Do we have a hot mic?
I think we've got a hot mic,
Yeah, good.
but it's okay. Nice. Brian, you keep on going and it'll get sorted out.
Yes, we need to accelerate getting technology into the hands of the warfighter. But the thought that getting technology into the hands of the warfighter, proving its operational validity, is going to therefore be enough to get the department to buy it, and to buy it at scale, and to buy it in a way that's meaningful for companies in the defense innovation base to be able to move more substantially into the defense industrial base is incorrect. Why is that incorrect? Just because the technology is proven with the warfighter does not mean it's necessarily going to transition into a scale where it's bought by these major program offices with the services. We can unpack why.
So let's get into some of that unpacking, which is, are we trying to fix the right challenges in the defense industrial base right now? Because, honestly, I'm a little bit gloom and doom. I wear all black. Susanna, I know you do too. Actually, across this panel, we're probably not the most colorful at the moment. But, I just hear complaint after complaint, challenge after challenge for the defense industrial base. It can't scale. It can't produce fast enough. It's not producing the right equipment. It can't integrate with allies and partners the way that it needs to. Even just companies themselves, the primes and the new entrants can't integrate the way that perhaps maybe we would like them to. I mean, I could just go on and on with these challenges. But as you said, everyone said that there's been this focus on trying to do things a little bit differently and try and get after some of these challenges. But are we focused on the right ones, or are we maybe looking too much at some challenges and not enough at the other? Susanna, what do you think?
Well, I think it depends on who the we is in your question, right? So the important thing to remember is that this ecosystem is built of a vast number of highly independent actors that are responding to incentives. So there is no hand of God in the defense acquisition system, right? And it is enormously iterative, and you try with one set of incentives, you see if that works. You try with another, you see if that works. I mean, what's happening with these framework agreements that the Department of Defense is pursuing with a number of big and smaller players.
Can you unpack what those are really quickly?
Sure. The Defense Department and some legacy defense contractors and some new entrant defense contractors have all recently been working together on framework agreements to increase production of key defense material. Which is very much consistent with my point that we need a greater focus on execution here. Now I've lost my train of thought, Becca.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just oftentimes we talk about all of these agreements and we talk about acronyms and
I guess my point is this is another new way to look at incentive and reaction, right? In a different way than perhaps has been tried before, and we'll see if this one works. But again, it's I think it is a fallacy to believe that there's some higher authority that can fix it. Yeah. Whereas again, it's a number of different independent actors that are kind of acting and reacting in a highly iterative fashion.
And I think that you raise a great point, which is in some ways it's not one industrial base, right? It's not the one ring. You can't have one solution for it all. So, I think that raises a really great point. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, building off that, we no longer have a defense innovation problem. We now have a defense innovation system that has produced a generation of companies and those that are emerging, and I think a venture capital system now that is investing in those that are producing the right technologies for the warfighter currently and are looking to the future and building the right things. That is not the problem anymore. I think we have that in place. It is how we take those that are proving validation on the battlefield and scale them around the department. And that's where I think the process is breaking down. And why is it breaking down? I think the first is about ownership. It is no one's real job currently, and I think the new PAE construct, the Program Acquisition Executive, is trying to solve this, which is how you transition battlefield-proven technology into these programs and programs of record. As everyone here knows, these programs of record, they're based around these 5-year acquisition and budgeting plans. A lot of that technology is based off decisions 5 to 10 years ago. So if you're an entrant and you're trying to carve out, how do I convert this $5 million contract that I crushed this deployment with this combatant command and turn this into scaling this into a bigger deal with this service? And as a company, for me to be able to invest and expand and be able to really scale and become part of the defense industrial base, I can't do that unless I know we're going to be bought at scale. But these programs can't do it. You need to have this greater flexibility with the requirements process, which is one office, the acquisition, which is another office, the doctrine office, which is another office, so it's built in to the force. So being able to make these decisions and have someone who has ownership of it and have more of the risk kind of priced out so that more people are incentivized yes and not have one person say no and block the whole process.
Yeah, this goes right to your work, Veronica.
What's that?
This goes right to your work, so.
Yeah, no, I would say everything you say is absolutely right. And I think the point about moving deck chairs is also a great point. But when you ask if there are places, are we focused on the wrong areas to fix, or are the policymakers focused on the wrong areas, I would say there are so many areas to fix that I would never say don't fix that. I would say, but hey, there's a lot of other areas to be looking at. And when you think about acquisition, for one, it's great to make policy changes and to talk about accelerating and to be creating frameworks and guidelines and the like. But when you really get down to the ground, there are still some major barriers to entrance, new entrants, especially if you're trying to get from that initial prototype or some initial pilot, SIBR, name it, but trying to get to adoption. And even just trying to get access to data in order to train your models, right? Or being able to test your prototypes. Things like getting authority to operate, having an FCL, right? I mean, your alphabet soup of requirements. Those are still problems. So for all the progress that we've made, and the fact that you will get access potentially to a customer, or you find that there's funding that's available, you can get stuck on that very real kind of the contractual requirements that are going to be associated with it. Or trying to locate somebody that's going to help you navigate through that process. So those things still exist. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done there. And going back, like putting the budget hat on, I think there's a ton of progress that can be done there as well. At Red Cell, we have a kind of an interesting model. We're a venture studio in that we help grow companies. We incubate, right? And then we invest in them and we help them to grow. So we have like a side chair, we're right with them as they're trying to bring their technologies in. And it's hard from the outside to try to track where the funding is and to try to read a very clear demand signal from what's happening, and especially on the execution side. One area is like the reconciliation funding from last year. I mean, we're combing through the documents trying to figure out what is going on with this money and what is still available, and trying to help navigate through that. So there are plenty of areas that we can still fix, but those are just a few.
Well, let's move from challenges to thinking a little bit about solutions and maybe some of those incentives that Susanna, you rightfully raised. A lot of ink has been spilled about sort of what characteristics the new defense industrial base needs to have. It needs to have greater capacity. It needs to have greater resilience. I myself am really guilty of this. I and Phil Shears wrote a report for CNAS looking at this issue and what we thought the DIB should have. But I'd like to hear from you all. What characteristics do you think are the most important in this new industrial base, and how do you think that we can get there? Brian, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I'll build off the previous point, which is, again, if you're talking about how does this new generation enter the defense industrial base, they need to scale. How do they scale? They need to enter these big government programs of record or get these enterprise level deals so that, if you're a company, right, you want to try to get to multi-hundreds of millions, $1 billion in revenue, become a public company, be able to compete. You can only do that by winning these programs at scale. So solving this issue of ownership, of transition, and then of scaling. So how can you do that? To me, the biggest sign would be if you're one of these big program offices in a big program and you have entrants who have proven on the battlefield with validation from senior leaders that they want this and they want this technology programmed, but they can't because the budget is spoken for the out years. That a PAE would be empowered and working with Congress to have the authority to kill a performer who's on the current POM, who hasn't been performing, and kick them out of the contract and create space for the new entrant. That theory, we need to not let sub-performers continuing performing just because they're programmed to create space for new entrants, and maybe supplement that with new budget to enable space for these new entrants so that they can actually scale and not have to wait 5 years.
So I'm hearing to scale, we need the Hunger Games and money.
If a legacy prime is not performing, they should not continue to be able to perform.
Okay, Susanna, what do you think? What do you think is the thing that the DIB should be trying to build and how we get there?
I think there are a lot of answers to these questions. Let me start with the premise that the government should actually not be on the bleeding edge of new technology, right? The government should be a fast follower because frankly, the risk of failure when you are talking about some of our most critical defense systems is too high, right? And like that's not uniformly true across the force, right? There are absolutely areas where you can take a little more risk without cataclysmic risk to the force. And there are other areas where that's just not the case, right? And so, one area where I think the collective could improve their decision making is around figuring out, where is our risk tolerance higher and where is it lower? I think that oftentimes the department as a whole is a very risk-averse organization. I don't want to see all those risk controls disappear, but I think they can be drawn down in targeted areas. I think another perspective on what Brian has just said, again, goes back to the point about this focus on execution, right? Unless you've got somebody at a sufficient level of seniority who's watching quite closely, what is happening with performance on that contract, with performance to the POM or the president's budget or the appropriations, are those dollars getting spent well? That's the condition precedent that you would need to make the kind of decision that Brian is describing, right? The last thing I would point to specifically is next generation manufacturing technology, right? I think that scalability and in particular responsive scale kind of depends on pursuing manufacturing technologies that do not rely on a lot of really heavy bespoke fixed tooling, for example. That have more flexibility in your ability to iterate on design, that rely on digital assets rather than paper work packages for your welders, right? And I think that all of that all of those unsexy technology developments, right? Those aren't the ones that we talk about all the time, but they are tech developments that are actually very important to the industrial base's ability to produce. Are things that perhaps merit a little bit more attention in terms of providing ways to solve some of the problems that we're faced with.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you raised both flexibility, but also how we can leverage things like additive manufacturing, modular design approaches to actually get after the types of technologies that we would need and the flexibility to use them. Veronica, what do you think?
No, I was gonna build on what Brian was saying because I completely agree, and also the adaptability. I think if you're going to be successful right now, you do have to be a bit flexible and adaptive. But building on the concept that if you have a capability, a solution that you want to bring in There definitely is the opportunity to partner with a prime. Primes, of course, they're going to have contract vehicles, they have the networks, they have the relationships. They're getting very clear demand signals because they're operating day to day, and so they know. So that can be a good partner. And the CNAS commercial, we actually wrote an essay about this, about how to date a prime if you're a startup. But you have to go into it with eyes wide open, just like any relationship, and make sure that you're protecting yourself. One of the funniest ones we came up with is make sure you have a prenup. So just make sure you're protecting your IP when you're doing it. But I do think it's a very real opportunity to work with the primes. And on the flip side, one of the things that concerns me right now, and why I think that you do have to be a bit adaptive, is because there is this move to execute quickly, execute funding quickly, and at the same time there has been changes in workforce, so there's been compression in certain sectors. I do worry about contracting officers, right? And so in the folks who are actually executing on contracts, so whether they have the bandwidth. So when I put those two things together, the need to spend money quickly along with who is actually executing contracts, it's a lot. That's a lot to push through the system quickly. And so I get concerned sometimes that the easy button is to put it on a prime, right, or to put it on existing contracts. So I think that can be an avenue that you can pursue, right? And so, but you have to do it smartly. Another option, and this is where we're helping our companies, is we were actually able to get an OTA, and it's a pretty cool OTA because it's actually focused on finding shared savings. But that's going to allow us to open up opportunities for our companies to be able to try quickly.
That's great. People who don't live these things, it's like the blocking and tackling of startups. These things delay you for years. This authority to operate your software and government systems, getting facilities access, we talk about barriers to scale and growth as a company that stymies the defense industrial base. It's these things. We can solve all these large things. It's this stuff that is the low-hanging fruit that just takes focused leadership to solve, and it's just been years and these things are not solved.
Bureaucracy
and a quick addendum to that.
It's the coffee in the cup.
Yeah.
The other challenge is because that takes so long sometimes, whether it's getting your ATO or or if you're getting your facilities clearance, your customer could change, right? There could be a movement within the organization.
Well, they will.
Right, so the program manager that you've been working with, all of a sudden they move, and you're still waiting to get your
I mean, we often talk about technology needing to keep up with adaptation on the battlefield, and it sounds like half of it is you need to keep up with adaptation in the bureaucracy as well.
And their PCS schedule, because they're probably going to leave, and then you don't get your contract.
But all of this is it's just such basic nuts and bolts, right? And getting, and it's not sexy, and you can't legislate it. Right? You can't pass an NDAA thing that says, do the basics of your job, right?
If only.
But these are the kinds of things that need sustained attention.
Well, we are running out of time, as I suspected we would quite quickly. But I wanted to just go back to a riff on the first question that I asked you, which is, what is the one rule that we should throw out about the defense industrial base? And because the theme of the conference is new rules, I'd like to hear from you all about what do you think is the new rule for the defense industrial base going forward, or the new rule that should be in place going forward? Veronica?
So I would start with, I like the way Susanna frames her answers, a premise. I'll start with the defense tech is hot right now. And so for Red Soul as a venture firm, we're seeing a lot of capital flowing into this area. Between 2024 and 2025, we saw almost a doubling of the capital investment on that side into defense tech. So it really is, it's a growing area. There's a lot of excitement about it. And we actually just did a study of, we looked at over 150 companies and over 500 venture deals over 8 years. And what we found is that, except for one blip, the multiples, when you compare valuations to earnings, they were about even. I mean, it was 20 to 30x, pretty high. But what you find is that as companies mature and they get later in their stages, it actually starts to compress a bit. So you're actually finding that the valuations to earnings are getting a little tighter. And so what it's telling you is as you mature, your revenue is expected to get closer to where folks are putting your valuation, right? So if you step back, I think what that says to me, and this would be my rule for kind of the leaders right now, is that if you want to sustain this excitement, and we do, because you want this innovation, you want these new entrants, you've got to give these companies the opportunity to earn revenue and to really start to grow, because that's what's going to help them to mature and to continue to bring even more exciting capabilities into the market. So that would be my new rule.
Ryan, what's your new rule?
I mean, I might change it to Hunger Games now that you said that, but
You can steal my line.
yeah, no, I think the word is ownership, and the rule would be to actually give ownership and then enforce accountability. And ownership meaning ownership for transition of technologies that are battlefield proven into programs. I think it's ownership over execution, that if you do that you have people responsible in these offices in the Pentagon for making sure that these new companies are executing and that the old ones who are programmed are still, and if not, that office takes ownership of getting them out, and that those who are in a position to accelerate new entrants really take ownership of that and solve all these problems that we've been identifying.
Susanna, you get the last word.
Sure. My advice or my new rule would be spend less time building your budgets and more time making sure you're actually getting what you're paying for.
Well, on that note, thank you all for joining us today and for listening. I know that I learned a lot, and I suspect that you all did too, so please join me in a round of applause for our panelists.
Great, thank you so much. You know, I heard a rumor, I was trying to join the conversation backstage, which shows you how these sessions are going. I kind of lied a little bit at the beginning saying I was pulling off 2 duties today, one as communications director and one as master of ceremony. In fact, I'm also joining the next conversation, which is one of, for me, the most interesting discussions of the day. But before we get there, I want to remind, after the session, we'll have a networking lunch. You can just go through the back there. We have prompts for you to discuss, to meet each other. Our role at CNAS is also to act as a convener for the national security community. Please make sure to be back here at around 1:30 because we're going to have a high-level panel on Indo-Pacific security issues, and then our breakout sessions. And please do stay for the rest of the day because we're rounding out the day with a special award for our next generation of national security leaders and an in-depth conversation with General C.Q. Brown. But up next, you know, you heard Senator Gallego talk about the fact that the US needs to move quicker to integrate technology into the defense structure and the lessons he saw from Ukraine and that conflict, something I touched on a short time ago. I would like to welcome 2 people who are deeply integrated into thinking and acting on issues of AI and national security. That is Lieutenant General retired Jack Shanahan and Paul Shari of CNAS. Please welcome me. I'm going to jump right into it because I think this will be one of our most dynamic conversations, not just because I'm moderating. Just kidding. You know, Paul, you wrote or led the team that wrote the directives that has helped the Pentagon understand on how to actually work with artificial intelligence and machine learning. You know, I'm going to quote that saying, quote, appropriate levels of human judgment over the use of force is critical. What do you mean about that then, and does it still stand today?
Well, thank you, David. I'm very excited for the discussion. I mean, I think at the time, I would say that this phrase in particular in the DoD Directive on Autonomous Weapons has gained maybe more traction than, if I can be candid, maybe we put into it, right? It was sort of like the idea that there is some level of human involvement that's going to be absolutely essential in lethal decision making. We don't want a world where there's no human involvement. And really a lot of that entire policy is sort of based on a premise that reasonable people will grapple with these issues in the future, working with people in government, people in industry to try to understand these challenges and come up with the right solutions. And so I think that's actually pretty context dependent. What's appropriate might depend on the environment you're in, the targets you're going after, the conflict that you're in, what the stakes are. But at the end of the day, some level of human involvement is going to have to be really essential because these are, I mean, the consequences of these decisions are absolutely really vitally important.
And could I just jump on it since we'll go ad hoc just right off the bat? I know a lot of people use this. I heard it this morning. I have used it a lot in the past, but I've stopped using the phrase in, on, around, outside the loop. It's an amorphous term. People interpret that differently. I think what Paul's getting at is we're looking at a very advanced capability future. So my going in premise, the argument is there will be human control. The question is where, when, and how will that human control be applied? And if you start looking at increasingly advanced agentic AI, that becomes a critical question. I would only add on to that, and we go on to the next piece of this, is I take the assumption that that has to happen farther left than ever before in this future. Why? Because there'll be increasingly autonomous systems that at some point the human says, go do this thing, and the machine executes that thing. So in the design and development phase, we need to be paying a lot more attention about how to put some guardrails, some controls, some constraints into the system to allow that to do it. So when something does happen, when a kinetic effect has been achieved, there is a traceable, accountable path of where was the human in that decision.
But do I understand you correctly to say you want the human earlier on in this chain and not necessarily the final decider?
Well, depends what you mean by final decider. There will still be a decision to employ that weapon somewhere. I mean, you could pick any combatant command. I'm just saying in the design and development phase, there has to be more attention paid to things like human smart machine interaction. What are some sensors we need to put on that so we understand when it's working the way it's advertised, when it's not working the way that we want it to work, what to do about it? There's absolutely no question. I think Representative Crow said this very well this morning. Paul and I think there's no daylight whatsoever. When a life and death decision is being made, a human makes that decision. The question is, where exactly is that decision being made? And then is there an accountability and responsible piece that follows on from that?
Paul,
you just add
go ahead.
Something that Jack said here. I think there's this really important distinction, which is that what I hear out of what Jack's describing is that we are building a joint human-machine cognitive system. It's not a paradigm actually of, okay, I'm going to build this machine and it can do everything, and then the things it can't do, maybe I'll have a human try to fill in the gaps, so the human has to supervise it and then jump in at the last minute to try to fix if it does something wrong. That's actually a really hard paradigm for humans to operate with machines in, and that's a recipe for failure. But instead, starting from the premise of what are the things that machines do well, what are the things that humans do well, what are the decisions that we only want humans to make, sometimes not because the machines can't do them, but because it's an inherently human decision. Maybe it's a decision about the lawfulness of an attack, right? And that's something that we want a human to be doing, because a human is a legal agent. That's something that humans are imbued with that responsibility. And then designing the machine around that idea of what is the role we want the human to be playing.
You've talked a lot about the cognitive dimension of warfare. Are humans even up to making these decisions as AI gets more sophisticated?
I mean, humans aren't perfect. Humans make mistakes all the time, right? There are going to be some decisions that we're going to be better off if we automate those and let machines do those. One way to think about this is, do we have good data sets? If we have good data sets, if there are clear metrics of performance, those are often going to be things that we're going to be able to train machines to do better than humans on. Or is it the kind of decision that requires judgment, where the right answer often depends on context? So I'll give you an example. Let's imagine that we see a person out in the battlefield and they've got some object in their hands. We don't know what that object is. We want to know, is it a rifle in their hands? Is it a rake? What are they holding? That's the kind of thing that we probably could train a machine learning system to do better than a human at. And that is an objectively correct answer. We could build a data set for that. Now, let's say we say, okay, it's a rifle. Is that a person, a combatant? That's actually a tougher question. It might depend a lot on context. What were they doing just before this? What is the information about enemy behavior in the area? Maybe there are people that are armed in the area that are just farmers protecting their land. Those might be decisions that we want humans to be making. And so I think it's going to depend a lot. There are some things that actually machines are going to do better. And we want to be open to that. We want to embrace that.
And I want to take that to the next step as well, the idea of two aspects of this. One is sort of the information operations influence world. There's absolutely no doubt in anybody's mind this will become information as a precision weapon. We're seeing it today. It'll become even more so. We have to learn how to guard against that pernicious influence on humans. That's one aspect. But the other aspect, which really gets to the heart of your question, is there is automation bias. There's no question. We're all a little bit concerned, or a lot concerned, about the potential for automation bias. But as Paul was suggesting, humans are notorious biased for all sorts of different reasons, from our culture, our background, the context of the situation. So we have to take the balance into account. What I do increasingly think about, just because the capabilities are advancing so fast, is people use different terms, but this idea of cognitive offloading, where the human becomes so comfortable using a system more and more, you put some trust in that is unwarranted based on the capabilities at the time. I've even heard the term cognitive surrender. We'll just accept what the machine, rubber stamp a target as it rushes through the target nomination.
Well, we all used to know how to read maps, and now we just look at Google Maps.
But that's an important distinction. Like I said this the other day, once upon a time, in the F-4, for those of you who remember that steam-driven industrial age airplane, you had to carry a map, a physical map with acetate grease pencil and look at the ground. Does anybody do that anymore? They do not. So you have to understand how much is too much and how much is just technology is moving rapidly, and your Google map in your car is sufficient to get you from point A to point B. But the last piece that I've spent more time thinking about than anything else is this maybe a little bit more futuristic idea of epistemic capture. These frontier models have a way of shaping the environment for people in ways that if you're not careful, will get lazy and sloppy and just say, look, I'm just going to give it a quick prompt, whatever it gives me. Well, whose representation of the world is that? The humans or some frontier model? That will be something in combat of the future we have to pay more attention to.
These are fascinating topics at the kind of future is now kind of theme. But, you know, Paul, in your experience in the field and combat, where do you see these systems actually assisting the warfighter, and what needs to be done to improve that?
So I think one way to think about the effects that AI is going to have on warfare is that the Industrial Revolution transformed the physical dimensions of warfare, dramatically expanded the scale of firepower, destructiveness that militaries could bring to bear. We saw that in World War I and especially in World War II. And AI is going to do the same thing to the cognitive dimensions of warfare, dramatically changing the amount of information that militaries can get, their ability to process that information, make sense of it, make decisions, and execute on those much faster. And there's no way around the fact that to execute that, you're going to have AI doing a lot of that information processing, making decisions, executing them. And humans are going to be increasingly removed, right? And whether you want to use the loot metaphor or not, right? Humans sort of moving further and further up this chain, we're going to end up in situations where you've got humans supervising agents, which themselves are then supervising other agents and monitoring them and spinning off sub-agents doing things. I think that's a genuine challenge for militaries from an organizational standpoint, from the standpoint of legal issues and ethical issues. But the military is going to be most effective and the ones that are willing to do things radically different. Because there's, I think, tremendous opportunity there to change command and control paradigms, to change how we operate in ways that over time I think will be quite transformative in warfare.
And to take your question and move it even up the abstraction level even more, I'll go back to what I said beginning in 2017, the early days of Project Maven. I've never changed the way I talk about this. What was the theory of the case? The theory of the case that AI has the potential, underline, double strike, italicized potential, to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of every single military mission, from undersea to outer space, cyberspace, everything else in between. Potential to do it. That's the first part. The second part is why? To do what? And this is where the home of Bob Work in CNAS, the third offset strategy, was for him, it was about a more intelligent, more automated and autonomous military. Whether or not we say the third offset strategy anymore is of less concern to me than the fact that that's the direction we're moving down. The only problem is when you talk about an offset strategy, we have competitors and potential adversaries who have decided to try to offset our offset. So they're moving equally fast in this area. And how do you continue to keep up with technologies that are unfolding at the speed of software developments by the hour?
I want to talk about the AI quote-unquote arms race very soon. But one of the different aspects of this technological kind of shift is that it's driven from the commercial sector. What challenges, Paul, do you see with that in integrating the military? We've seen much discussion on that in the news in the last few months. Where are the challenges and where are the solutions to that?
Look, obviously there's a lot of challenges in the military bringing in this commercial technology, finding ways to adopt it, working with the private sector, with some AI engineers that may not be super excited about working with the military. I think the most important thing for the defense establishment to understand is that we are not going to have a technology advantage here over our adversaries. This technology playing field is very level with our competitors. The US frontier labs have single-digit month leads over Chinese companies. And that's not going to translate into the kind of military advantage that we saw, for example, like in stealth technology or precision-guided weapons, where the US military has had this huge technology lead over competitors. We're going to be in a very level playing field. And what's going to matter most is finding ways to spin this technology in, to break down the bureaucratic barriers to doing so. And then how do we change our military operations? And that's often one of the biggest challenges for militaries with new disruptive technologies. To harness them most effectively, you got to do things differently. And that can be really culturally challenging. But that's going to be where some of the biggest advantages are going to be.
And I think we have to accept, after 8 years of being in the middle of this, almost 9 now, there are cultural differences in the companies developing these technologies in the national security enterprise. We can't wish it away. Instead, we should be focusing on how do you strengthen the public-private partnerships? How do you bring industry, academia, venture capital world, and the government all together? Not to say the halcyon days of Ma Bell and Bell Labs and moving out to Silicon Valley to become what it is today. But we have to understand there are differences here. As I've said a number of times lately, if the Pentagon were to ask Boeing to build the Death Star, Boeing's answer would be how big, how fast, how many weapons, what do you need from it? When you ask that of a commercial frontier model company, there's a little hesitation there about the Death Star and what it'll be used for. We can't wish this away. Whatever's happening at the C-suite level does not necessarily match what's going on at the worker. We have to spend more time in the nation figuring out what it takes to bring that partnership closer together than it has been in the past. I am the person that at the end of Google deciding not to renew the contract with Project Maven said, whew, canary in the coal mine, thank God that's behind us, never going to happen again. And here we are, 8 years later, with Anthropic.
What are some of the solutions of that tension?
The solutions to the tension is bring people together and stop talking past each other. What are our common interests? The national security of the United States, societal benefits, economic strength, well-being, all of those are part of the conversation. But if the conversation isn't happening behind the scenes and it's only a public spat, that's not helping anybody. I think it just starts with we're seeing the world from two different polar opposite positions. Let's get together and start talking about how do we start closing that gap.
This session, go ahead, Paul.
I mean, I think there's also a dimension of, one of the challenges here is AI technology has a lot of limitations today. It screws a lot of things up. Large language models engage in what are sort of euphemistically called hallucinations. They kind of bullshit their way through things. They get things wrong. They engage in sycophancy. They tend to tell you the answer that it thinks that you want to hear. They are prone to all sorts of strange kinds of scenarios where they might try to do something that's not actually consistent with your intention or the developer's intention. There are real limitations of the technology. And so when AI scientists and engineers are saying, well, hold on a second, maybe this isn't reliable enough for life and death applications, I mean, that's pretty valid, right? I mean, I think if you use an LLM to generate an email, you should read that email before you send it out. That's pretty low stakes relative to a lot of things the military is doing. And so I think that dialogue is needed on both sides for people in the AI community to better understand all of the safeguards and protections that are in place within the military and all of the procedures and the degree to which people in uniform really care quite a bit about getting this right and are approaching this in a responsible manner. And then also people in the defense space understanding the AI community, like, what are the limitations of this technology? What are their concerns? Because if we're going to use it effectively, we've got to account for all those limitations. So we've got a better dialogue there.
Yeah, and so I want to reinforce one part of that, which is when we're talking these frontier models and everything that's coming after this is not Windows 10 to Windows 11. This is a fundamentally different technology that the military and the rest of the government, national security, enterprise, everywhere else, has to start thinking about. How do you evaluate those commercial models? Take them for their face value, but there has to be sort of an independent third-party, disinterested assessment piece of it. There has to be a governance piece of it. When do we use the models? When should we not use the models? If the models do something really bad that ends up with death on the battlefield, where's the responsibility and accountability chain? How do you actually integrate a Claude code or Claude into a Maven smart system? These are really big, non-trivial. This is not at home asking it, how do I fix my laptop after the software update went bad, which is a real story, and it worked. But this is life and death consequences. We can't treat this as just another piece of software.
These are high stakes, and also you've seen a shift in posture from the executive branch after the most exquisite LLMs have been released or about to be released. So my question to you, Jack, is simple. Who should set the rules?
There should be an executive branch, a legislative piece of this. Sooner or later, there are going to be AI courses that end up in the judicial branch and the Supreme Court. Let's put that aside for now. It is both responsibility. I understand at my very core, as somebody that spent 36 years in uniform, leave us alone, we know how to do this. But I now understand better than ever before, there is a legislative piece of that. If you want to really take care of this at a high level, don't just rely on an individual policy in the Pentagon. Some of this is so consequential, it should come out in the form of national legislation, law. And if you can codify DoD 3000.09, autonomy and weapon systems, pull the main components of that, don't really change it much, but make that national law, that to me is the conversation that should be happening now.
No, I think that's right. I mean, look, we've seen a flurry of activity off of Capitol Hill over the last couple of months on this issue. I think that's fantastic. We're going to need more congressional oversight over what the Pentagon is doing, what is industry doing. But also there's some level, which I think there's a genuine trade-off here, but some level at which some of this should be in legislation. Obviously, you don't want to be overly constraining. Our legislative process does not move quickly by design, and the technology is moving very, very fast, right? And so you need to have flexibility, but having some general framework that's going to inform how the military approaches the technology, how they work with frontier companies is, I think, absolutely essential here.
And how do you see, you touched on it earlier, Jack, but Paul, other nations, particularly China, might take a different approach and sort of full steam ahead in terms of integrating AI and national security. But frankly, we don't know. It's potentially a bit of a black box. What worries you about the kind of race to integrate AI and warfare when it comes to geopolitical issues?
My actually biggest concern is not, I think there's this kind of narrative of like, oh, US companies aren't going to work with the military and then we're going to be held back. It's not going to happen in China. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about cultural barriers within the US military. That if we really do this right, there are going to be ways in which using AI is deeply challenging to people and the jobs that they have. That's going to be true in different parts of the economy. It's going to be true to people in think tanks. It's going to be true to the military as well. And I think we're going to have to be flexible. We're going to have to find new ways of interpreting how we think about identity. The military has grappled with this really over the last 15, 20 years with drones. And what does it mean to be a pilot? Is that important? Should the person be in the plane? Does it matter? Those identities of pilots have different salience among different services, right? That's a very different thing in the Air Force versus the Army, for example. And that shaped how the services adopt drones in ways that I think in some cases are beneficial. In other cases, I think it's actually held some of the services back. And so I think, AI is going to be even more deeply challenging. And I'm worried about that barrier because the only forcing function there to get it right, to say, okay, you know what, we need to shed this identity, is when you end up in actual combat. And then things don't work and people die. And that's not where we want to be. We want to do it ahead of time and be willing to do things that might actually be a little bit uncomfortable for us.
Yeah, and to complement that piece of it is, we spend a lot of time, maybe too much time, thinking about the technology qua technology. As Paul said earlier and was getting at right there, this idea of the organizational reform and redesign is as important as this. We all have experience working within the government. The cultural barriers are usually what is the hardest thing to get over. The technology is becoming a commodity. You will find what you need out there. It's how do we use it? What are the cultural aspects? How do you shake up the status quo? That's one piece. And then the second piece, to take up at the global level to your question, I see a real danger of global instability through this idea of racing dynamics. Everybody assumes the worst of each other. China and the US are already suspicious of each other. We assume we're going to be the world leader in AI by 2030. Whatever the number is, there is a racing dynamic to that that is not helpful in the global geopolitical, geoeconomics competition that's going on today.
And what is the solution to that race to avoid some sort of cataclysm in the near
Well, I'll give you, Paul and I are very familiar with one answer to this, and it's solely one component, which is track 2 and track 1 dialogues, and somewhere in the middle is the track 1.5. Why are those important? First of all, you don't go in there expecting some major diplomatic breakthrough. You go in there to set the foundational conversation of what do we mean when we say this? What do you mean when you say this? Then you start getting a little bit more comfortable. Are there some confidence building measures we should talk about? What are test and evaluation best practices? We're not revealing operational sensitive information, but the more we can do at the track 2 level, by the time it gets to the track 1 level, which it sounds like there will be a US-China track 1 dialogue on AI, maybe led by Secretary Bessent himself, then you get into the details of how do we avoid the racing dynamics taking over here and get into the things that we have mutual vulnerabilities and shared risks here. We have to recognize that some of this, we own each other, and if it goes wrong that harms your own national self-interest. So Paul and I are very engaged in some of these dialogues.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dialogues are essential. I also think modeling good behavior that we want other competitors to do actually is extremely effective, right? So if you sit down and talk to, say, Chinese counterparts and you're like, look, we think it's really important that you be aware of some of the limitations of AI so that you don't have systems that cause accidents. We might have some kind of international incident. We've got a drone roaming around in the South China Sea and it does something strange and we cause some kind of international incident. So you need to be testing your systems. There's so much mistrust. The initial reaction is, that's a trap. They're trying to trap us, right? Like, why do they want us to do this? Yet if the US demonstrates this kind of behavior, says, look, we want to be responsible and here's the things that we're doing and we really think that assurance for our systems is important because we're worried about making sure that humans are always in control, other countries, including our competitors, are going to look at that and say, well, that probably is a good thing to do, right? They're doing it because it probably makes sense, it's more effective, that's smart, maybe we'll do a similar thing. And so I actually think like modeling that behavior, explaining what we're doing, explaining the importance of keeping human control over these systems, and then how we're putting that into practice actually can have a positive effect that's stabilizing globally.
You spoke about the kind of distrust. We've seen a rising distrust amongst some Americans about AI in general, both from a threat of jobs or just the sort of explosion of data centers. What role is actually communicating what the military is doing and what are the purposes of this integration? Is that important, or is it something that you worry about?
I do worry about it, and it is very important. I think there should be more transparency. Again, we don't need to get into operational sensitive information, but many of the many lessons learned in the Google Project Maven episode was the idea of two sides needing to be more transparent with each other about what we were doing, why we were doing it. If it's a $1.5 trillion budget, the United States taxpayer probably needs to know kind of how AI is going to be used in combat, at least at a level that they can grasp as individual citizens, because it is part of the conversation right now. It is not going away. It'll be a factor in the midterm elections. I promise you it'll be front and center in the presidential election. So I think we need a societal-wide conversation on the benefits, risk, opportunities, and limitations of AI to include on the military piece of it. We should be out there talking about, it's not killer robots. There is an aspect of that. We'll be glad to talk about that. But look what it's doing to help reduce the risk of civilian casualties, collateral damage, all the other things that we were thinking about at the time, but doesn't get the headlines because it's not the autonomous weapon system.
Look, I think the dust-up between the Pentagon and Anthropic was very unfortunate earlier this year. I think it's really important that we have better collaboration between the military and Silicon Valley. But one silver lining of all this is now we're having a much more public discussion about how is AI being used in the military. We've had more information come out over the last couple months about what's actually happening now, how AI was used in US operations against Iran. I think, we don't want operational details released, but I think this higher level conversation about, well, who should be setting the rules? What are those rules? Are humans gonna always be in charge of making these decisions? If there are accidents, like, did the machine do that? Did the human do that? How can we be more accurate? How can we reduce civilian casualties, make our military more effective, protect our service members, but keep humans in control? And then more congressional oversight. I think all of that is actually quite positive. I do think that it'd be beneficial to see more transparency in some limited ways, protecting operational details about what actually the military is doing and better public communication about that.
Paul, we've talked about new rules all day. You helped lead the directives or the rules on this at the Pentagon. What is your new rule for AI and defense?
We need to change how we measure military power. So if you ask the services what they want, the Navy will give you a number of ships. The Air Force will give you a number of aircraft. Those are industrial age metrics. They matter, but that's an older way of thinking. Now, the Army will give you a number of people, which is a pre-industrial age metric. And all those things are important. We need people, we need ships, we need planes. But how do we measure military power in an age of AI? And so we should know things like, well, how much H100 equivalent chips does the department have access to on a daily basis? How much are they using it? How much is it transforming operations? That should be part of the conversations as part of the defense budget. When we see leaders go to Capitol Hill and they're talking about, I need this number of aircraft carriers and ships and submarines, we're supposed to be talking about computing power. Like, that's going to be the key metric of power in an age of AI. And we've got to change how we're thinking about military power to adapt to that.
Jack, what is your new rule?
A couple of them, and they're pretty basic. But first of all, we must not assume business as usual. It's gone. We're in a rapidly changing environment, so we have to prepare for that. Also need to find and to sustain the right balance between centralized and decentralized, and what that right balance looks like and how much we should be doing. Third, just the continued emphasis on agility and adaptability in this world. We're seeing it in Ukraine. I mean, if you don't adapt in 24 hours, there's a good chance you die. You literally go out of your foxhole, you die from a drone strike. And then the last one is, and this is very important for me personally as I think about this advanced future, is beware the unknown unknowns. I think we're going to get surprised at some point in the future of agentic AI. In the rush to bring in agentic AI into everywhere in the country, and if we haven't fully evaluated how that's going to work, what the limitations are, the unknown unknowns will get us in the end. And it's hard to figure that out. I think we're going to be concerned about emergent behaviors, cascading effects, things that are going to be difficult, not impossible, but very difficult to model and simulate in a way that you understand. You're going to need world models and different ways to go at this. But if we just say, "Look, come on, it's just another piece of software," we're going to be shocked when it doesn't work as advertised and people die that should never have died on a battlefield.
Jack, Paul, thank you so much for this enlightening conversation, and please welcome you to head off to lunch. Thank you. Thank you.
see them often, for wherever the crowd is, they are not. But from them come the few good paintings, the few good symphonies, the few good books, and from the best of the strange ones, perhaps nothing. They are their own paintings, their own books, their own music, their own work. Sometimes you will only note their existence suddenly in vivid recall, some months, some years after they are gone.
Always in trouble, need love on the double, spend cake in a lifetime, climbing to the level, contract with the devil, loophole, expiration date, on the side of good people, always set the record straight, round and round, the piano keys meditate, felt it in the music, need it now, can't let it wait, it's not a secret, everything is all out and exposed, going down like the water in the river flows, it's how it goes, another day, another story told, stuck inside the puzzle, searching, still trying to get a hold, forgotten souls, got lost in the cold, trying to get the freedom, now they need them, walking down the Hope Road, they said they hope so, but it was a no-go, front row stage show, well-placed logo, fancy lights and the cameras are on, but we don't care, just there to sing another sad love song, fade to black, soundtrack to another night, it's the music of the rain and the city lights, feel no pain, it makes the whole city bright, without the sparkle of hype, it's just another night, fade to black, the soundtrack to another night, it's the music of the rain and the city lights, feel no pain, it makes the whole city, so we hug the mic stand.
Not a lot of people left in his right hand, making enemies of folks he treated like fam.
Stone cold, solid rock at every point stop, what you lean on soon as the pressure drop.
Ghetto hot, know the ledge, or you'll get a shot, but they'll never stop till his name's known on every block.
Spread my wings, fly away to the night beat, who's wide awake while the rest of the city sleeps.
In these gritty streets, dudes give you plenty heat, take it no mind, and we grind, losing plenty sleep. while you lay to sleep. In the dark, your worst nightmare waits for heat. And it ain't the sun, though dawn is near. It's crisp and calm, I think a storm is near. And I'm watching lightning dance across the skyline. Usually miss it, rarely find time to bask in blackness. Hint of line shine, I'm in the jazz club, chillin', sippin' with fine wine. Hypnotized by the strum of the upright. Feel like lost souls got their eyes on me some nights, so I keep my eyes wide and move cautious. Slip and find yourself in a brand new coffin by morning. Now you're one with the night breed. You should have known better if you're anything like me. But the city lights will seduce you. Daywalkers beware if it's not what you used to.
Your work is ingenious. It's quality work. And there are simply too many notes. That's all. Just cut a few and it'll be perfect.
The samples that I find in the street, I kinda made it, but my life is only kinda complete. I still got a couple goals that I'm trying to meet. I'm still dealing with the companies of lies and deceit, but I'm still known to triumph in the eye of defeat. I gaze at the stars, blazing all my favorite cigars. I'm worldwide, but now I'm trying to take it to Mars. My rhyming is dope, I roll around with prominent folk, and I'm kind of the man, but still it's like I'm kind of a joke. It's like they're trying to put a hole up in the side of my boat. I'm in the ocean and I'm motherfucking trying to float, and I'm trying not to sink. It's like I never get a moment, never stop to think. My close friends wonder why I never want to link. It's like I'm so fucking close, like I'm on the brink. Still broke, even though I know I'm real dope. And you could throw me in the ocean and I will float. I don't need a yacht, not even a little boat. You think that they can fucking beat me, but they still won't. Live wire. Live wire. I'm a live wire. Live wire. Cause I'm alive. Friends telling me that I should probably write more. Other people say I should be in the psych ward. It's something that I fight for. I swing a mic like Luke swinging the light sword. I got a couple broken pieces in my pipe drawer. I take a shot, still trying to get the high score, but impatient. I hate when people tell me fucking wait a sec. When I was young, I took a shit under my neighbor's deck, but now I'm grown, catching major wreck. Travel the globe doing shows, meeting people, showing great respect. I hate when fake people tell me it's real. They try to sell you followers, but can't sell you the skills it takes to earn them. Fake human beings, I got new ways to burn them. I rhyme strong enough to break a sternum on my own still, showing off the microphone skill. I'm so ill, I never will be over the hill. I'm everlasting, in the studio forever smashing. Driving fast as fuck, but never have a fear of crashing. The lone wolf, I whoop a horse's ass with his own hoof. You rhyme like a bitch ass dog, you don't woof. I walk around with the mic in the street to keep my cipher complete. I'm heavy hearted, but I'm light on my feet. I marry the beats and probably never cheat on the sound. Keep my head in the clouds and my feet on the ground, cause I'm a live wire.
my eye, I think you did it on purpose. I never give you lip service. I speak the truth even if you never heard this movie. 'Cause when I look at you, I see the sun shining so bright. Oh yeah, I wanna be with you the morning through and every night. 'Cause she like the smoke, she love the burn, and all she I forget it everywhere she turn. She like the weed, she love the herb, and you know I need 'em all with every word. She like the smoke, she love the burn, and all she I forget it everywhere she turn. She like the weed, she love the herb, and you know I need 'em all with every word.
If I could just ask everyone to make their way from the lunch area into the room, we'll be starting in just a few minutes. Thank you. I have some housekeeping to deal with anyway, so whenever. Hello again, everyone, as we make our way back into the room. I am tasked with some housekeeping now, so I'm going to kind of reach in. This is not a magic trick, I promise you. If you just look at your badge right now, there's a trim on it. Now, that color will tell you which breakout session you designated. Now, it's important for us both to have our voices heard, but also for you to have your voices heard. These are interactive sessions on some of the key issues in national security today. If you have a gold trim like this, or if you have a blue trim, you're going to go left at the exit. If you have a red trim or a dark or navy, you're going to go right at the exit. Anyone with the red badge that I was wearing a short time ago is CNAS staff, and they can help you find your way there. And please do, at the end of the breakout sessions, make sure to gather here back in the main session, where we'll be having a special award, as well as our final session of the day, which will be a dynamic conversation with General C.Q. Brown. You know, this session earlier, Senator Gallego spoke about how he feels that the rising China, the issue of the Indo-Pacific, is the primary national security issue of our day. It's something that at CNAS we have a deep bench of expertise and have for many years worked on Indo-Pacific issues. Again, I'll dispense with the honorifics. However, the next panel and its moderator are really the experts on the issue of the Indo-Pacific. We're going to have a session, Contested Waters, a new security vision for the Indo-Pacific, featuring the Ambassador of India, Vinay Quatra, David Feith, Dr. Eli Ratner, Lisa Curtis, moderated by Dimitri Sevastopoulou of the Financial Times. Please welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to do any intros because you just had them. I'll just say that these are my 4 prisoners for the next 30 minutes, and no one else is allowed to touch them. We're going to jump right in. Eli, I'm going to start with you. We have very choppy waters in the Indo-Pacific right now. How do you think allies and partners can better navigate those waters? What are your suggestions? What's your advice?
Well, it's a great question. First of all, let me say thank you for the opportunity to be here. Great to be at the CNAS annual conference, always a premier event around town. Look, it's a difficult time for allies and partners for a number of reasons. The regional security environment in the Indo-Pacific is growing more severe. There are questions about the U.S. commitment to the region, and there are concerns about the U.S. relationship with Beijing, and then, of course, Beijing's own ongoing coercion and assertiveness around the region. So a lot of challenges. I think the way that the region is largely responding is through a set of activities that aren't totally new. Some of them were already underway, but they're being accelerated. Number one, self-strengthening. They got to strengthen their own capabilities. Number two, working more with other allies and partners, so really great connectivity within the region, for instance, between Japan and Australia being probably the premier example, though there are others. And then, of course, updating and revising their relationship with the United States. And I think that's what has the big question mark over it. If you're asking for my advice and recommendation would be, even though this is a difficult time, the right way forward is to drive toward greater integration with the United States. That's the way to ensure U.S. commitment, to build greater alliance and collective capacity and capability, rather than pursuing a path of too much independence and autonomy. I'm just back from Europe, where I was last week. Similar but different set of conversations there. But I think the road toward a strategic autonomy is a road toward fragmentation, and one in which we're going to have less capability overall and greater instability. So it is, I think, a question of, yes, make yourself stronger, diversify, but also integrate more deeply with the United States.
Ambassador, can I ask you, I mean, a lot of rhetoric gets focused on, particularly Donald Trump's rhetoric. Sometimes you have to separate the rhetoric from action. And I was at an event recently where an unnamed ambassador from India might have said that actually cooperation between allies and partners on the ground, in the air, and on the sea was actually quite strong. How do you kind of reconcile the two things?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this important forum. I would partly pick up from what Eli was referring to. But before that, I think we need to take into account what some of the basic and foundational realities of the Indo-Pacific are, which is one, that the economic center, economic gravity of the world has to a very large extent shifted to that part of the world. Accompanied by that is, of course, the rise of China, but also rise of India, and also the uniquely instructive position that ASEAN has taken. That said, there are a set of challenges which the countries of the Indo-Pacific have faced in the past and have continued to face. In a way, I would say COVID-19 gave us the first reality check to the product concentration, supply chain concentration in one geography, leading to challenges for the world. A related aspect of it is the larger supply chain concentration challenges in the Indo-Pacific. Challenges of economic, in particular technology security, which emerge out of it. There is, of course, strategic aggressive behavior in the Indo-Pacific. Now, when in 2019, Prime Minister of India launched an initiative called Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. The idea was to be able to work with the regional partners to mitigate the challenges that we face and amplify the opportunities that come our way. What countries of Quad have been able to do together, not just among themselves, but through them with the wider Indo-Pacific, has really been quite commendable. We had a very successful the third meeting of the Quad foreign ministers very recently in Delhi. This is the third meeting of this administration. And if you look at the concrete things that they have agreed to do between them, and that's the point which I was referring to, that you do more, you strengthen your own capabilities, which of course as India we continue to do, but also you need to strengthen the capabilities of others, either bilaterally or through partnership in the Quad. So for example, in the previous iteration of Quad, we had agreed to do something known as Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness. You have a comprehensive maritime picture of the Indo-Pacific, not just for yourself, but also for the other Indo-Pacific country. This time we upgraded it to say Indo-Pacific Maritime Surveillance Initiative. Most recently, the Pax Silica Initiative. To the extent the technology security extend to silicon-based supply chains, and the countries partnered among themselves and with the US in that context is extremely important. So I would say that if you want to look actually at the empirical evidence of what the countries, the Indo-Pacific and Quad countries in particular have been doing between them, it is very robust, it is very strong, and that points to the real cooperation which is actually happening on the ground.
Do you think countries, the Quad members, are doing enough to advertise to the average person on the street what the Quad does?
I think you can always say this about narrative building, that, enough is never enough. You can always do more. But I think the key thing is the empirical things, the real things that you do on the ground which benefit the country. I think that's far more important than just building a narrative which then doesn't have an underlying asset to it.
Lisa, recently, in Washington, everyone's focused on Iran for the most part. The media can be a little bit myopic. Scarborough Shoal near the Philippines is back in the news, not really here, but certainly in Asia in a bigger way. Can you explain what is happening right now and how worried should we be about it?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. And I think it's important because when we think about the Indo-Pacific and Chinese coercion, military activity, we often think of the Taiwan Strait, and we forget about the coercive campaign against the Philippines in the South China Sea, which has really been happening over the last 5 years and longer, but it's intensified in the last several years. And so what's happened at Scarborough Shoal in late May, the Philippines detected a floating structure that the Chinese had there at the opening of the shoal. It since has gone inside, and Philippines officials have said, they think this is a pretext to, an eventual kind of occupation of the area. And, we have several examples of China doing similar things in the past, whether it's Mischief Reef, where they eventually established an airstrip. And, this is something that China is doing to try to assert its expansive 9-line claims, which of course the Hague arbitration that was decided in 2016 has ruled as illegal, that it's China, it's not legal for it to make these expansive claims, but still it's trying to do so through campaigns of coercion and intimidation. And from 2022 till 2025, we saw what they were doing to try to stop supplies to the Second Thomas Shoal, where there is a ship there that has been there many, many years that has Philippine service members there and need to be resupplied with food and other items. And what the Chinese did was try to stop these resupply missions by various means, water cannons, for example, even injuring a Philippine service member at one point. So I see this as part of their ongoing campaign to try to assert their expansive maritime claims. And I think right now they're testing to see how the United States will react, because of course the United States is focused on Iran. And so it's not surprising to me that they are doing some of this provocative activity right now to see how the US will respond. Will they really back the Philippines? And so far the US is. They held a cooperative maritime activity with the Philippines in late May near the area. And so I think that the U.S. is supporting the Philippines. This has been a relationship that the Trump administration has really prioritized. They've increased military assistance, and we saw a visit by President Marcos Jr. last year to the White House. So I think that we can count on the Trump administration to back the Philippines at this time, but it's just a reminder that Chinese military coercion is not only happening in the Taiwan Strait, it's also happening in the South China Sea.
Do you worry more about an accident or an incident spiraling into something broader at the Second Thomas Shoal or Scarborough Shoal or Taiwan? Which would you be most concerned about?
Well, I think I would be most concerned about Second Thomas Shoal because of the aggressive activities that we had seen over the last few years, and the fact that, the U.S. and the Philippines have a military treaty that compels the U.S. to defend the Philippines if they come under attack. And so I think if you were to have a Philippine service member killed or several killed in one of these coercive activities, that there would be real questions about how the U.S. reacts, and that opens up the door for miscalculation and potential conflict. So I think this is something that doesn't get talked about very much, but is something I have been sort of personally concerned about for several years, and I think this is just a reminder that we do have treaty commitments to the Philippines. China has been acting increasingly aggressive toward the Philippines, and they may be in a mode where they want to test United States resolve because they see that the United States is distracted by Iran.
Well, this is an expert audience, but for anyone who doesn't know what the Sierra Madre is, please Google it, Google Images, and look at a picture of the ship, which I think is the most interesting story actually covered in 25 years. It should be a book. David, I'm going to come to you. If you want to weigh in on the first question, please do as well. But I want to ask you about tech competition. You've just come from testifying on the Hill about export controls. You were in the NSC for a while last year, where that would have been one of your focuses. The Pentagon last week put out its Chinese military companies list. The FCC has been taking actions on China kind of quietly, but quite effectively. The Commerce Department has almost gone into reverse on export controls. If you're speaking to someone who's coming at this, with little knowledge, how do you kind of reconcile and explain the Trump administration's policy on tech competition?
Well, I think in the export control space, we've certainly seen a shift in some of the trajectory and some of the momentum in the second Trump administration from the first Trump administration and the Biden administration before it, which really had prioritized export controls, especially on semiconductors for advanced AI. And both in that first Trump administration and in the Biden administration, taken fairly expansive and novel actions, with uses of aspects of export controls in the first Trump administration that hadn't been seen before, and sort of an application of their scope to China-wide controls by the Biden administration in 2022 and 2023 that were really important and significant and have been effective. Controls, for example, on Dutch lithography equipment going to China, put in place in 2019 and sustained since then, have had an enormous effect in preventing China from being able to indigenize the manufacture of the most advanced chips. I think in the Trump administration, what we're seeing today is that President Trump and the administration have been clear that they don't want to allow the most advanced US chips to go into China. Blackwell's, for example, from NVIDIA. President Trump made that clear in November and has made it clear repeatedly since then. The White House's AI action plan released last summer was also clear about the importance of preventing the flow of advanced technology to our adversaries in general, and then in particular to the importance of controlling semiconductor manufacturing equipment so that China can't indigenize domestically the manufacture of advanced chips, and working with our allies, especially the Dutch and the Japanese, on that. The follow-up has been certainly a lot quieter than in the previous two administrations. There have been talks with the Dutch and the Japanese, for example, on harmonizing our controls, but they haven't yet borne fruit. One of the things that we discussed in the testimony this morning with the Banking Committee was that there's a bill in the Congress, the so-called Match Act, to encourage the administration to perhaps strengthen its threats to the Dutch and the Japanese to take measures in our export control regime to really force the issue, even among these very important allies. And so, I mean, that's one area that is really extremely important and a little bit in flux. And then I'll flag one more, which has an Indo-Pacific geography especially, and that's the question of smuggling. China seems to have been able to acquire quite a significant amount of advanced compute, especially Blackwells, through Southeast Asia. And it's hard to get precise estimates about the volumes because this is inherently a black market activity, but some of the median estimates assess that something like a third of all of China's known compute could be coming through cutouts and diversion networks in places like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and elsewhere. And that is an enormous challenge. It's a challenge to our export control enforcement and to the integrity of our controls. And it's an important matter for the tech competition, and it's an important matter diplomatically in the region.
If I can ask you something slightly wonky.
More wonky than all of that?
Yeah. Earlier in the year, President Trump said to Jensen Huang, you can export H200 chips, which are still very powerful, to China. So far, really none have been exported in any kind of a major way. And the question is that because the Chinese don't want to allow them in because they want to encourage the domestic industry, or are the license conditions on the chips so tight that the Chinese are saying it's not worth it? Why are the chips not flowing?
I think the honest answer is we don't know. You've pointed to two of the factors, and I'll add one or two others. Broadly, the story is as you've put it. President Trump said in December that he in general would support the export of these H200s because they are not the most advanced NVIDIA chips, but they're a step down, which is true, although the chips also have a lot of computing power, and if they flowed in significant volumes to China, they would strengthen China's compute base very substantially. In January, the Commerce Department put licensing rules on how those chips would flow, and they actually had some important strictures in them. They said, for example, that in order to actually export H200s, the companies involved would have to certify that the buyers in China are not tied to the military, and that the sale of these chips to China would not steal capacity from buyers in the United States. Those are hard standards to actually meet if these rules are going to be enforced strictly. And this relates in a way, by the way, to the question about the Pentagon's new 1260H expanded blacklist, because one of the companies on that list, for example, is Alibaba. Another is Tencent. These are companies that are now designated by the Pentagon as associated with China's military. And it's not clear how then, under Commerce Department export rules, they can be licensed buyers of these advanced chips because the export rules are supposed to prevent the buyers from being associated with China's military. But then you have the other question, which is, to what extent does China really want the chips? And the answer is, there are special interest politics in China as there are here. And on the one hand, you have hyperscalers in China, companies like Alibaba and Tencent, those in the government who are sensitive to their interests, and they absolutely want the chips. They want the compute, they want it for domestic Chinese purposes, and they want it to enable them to better compete in third markets to build Chinese data centers all around the world. China's AI labs also want the compute. Just ask them. They will say over and over that the main thing holding back the progress in these Chinese AI labs is the compute constraints and the US and allied export controls. But there are others in China, including Huawei and others, who want to indigenize the manufacture of chips and who see a benefit in actually keeping the market starved of this foreign compute so that there's an even greater demand for the indigenous Chinese stuff. The third factor, though, that we now need to take into account is smuggling, because there have been reports now of, for example, a significant loophole in US regs that emerged about a year ago that wasn't closed until a peculiar Commerce Department Sunday press statement 2 weeks ago, where it's possible that very significant volumes of Blackwell chips were actually being exported legally, as it were, to the subsidiaries of Chinese companies outside of China. And if that's the case, then China, through these overseas subsidiaries, has had much greater access to the most advanced US compute, like servers full of Blackwells, in a way that might make them less interested in the H200s and also help explain why they haven't actually sought H200s in large volumes.
Let me ask you one quick follow-up, which then segue into you, Ambassador, to ask about resilience of supply chains in the context of US-China tech competition. There's been a lot of debate in recent years, are we decoupling or de-risking? Where are we right now on that spectrum?
I think we're a lot closer to de-risking.
De-risking, okay. Ambassador.
What's the question?
So where are we in terms of making supply chains more resilient in the context of the US-China tech competition, whether it's packed silica or some of the other things that are out there?
I think if you were to look at our own journey of industrial development, it has been our own organic effort as part of larger objective of economic growth and prosperity in India, to build our own, as much of our own supply chains as possible when it comes to, I would say, products, services, manufacturing, and the underlying technology thread which moves into that. A lot of it has also, as a result, produced and given us supply chains, which are global supply chain, which are centered in India, and as a result has produced a degree of supply chain risk diversification, at least in those product, services, and technologies. Now, we are definitely not there in the 200 series or a Blackwell series of compute, but we do have our own Indian semiconductor mission, which is currently focused on legacy nodes, which still has a fairly long runway in terms of not just production, but also, I think, consumption in the user cases that get built on it. If all goes well, that should be in production by next year, which will give a very resilient, reliable, and trusted supply chain ecosystem for the legacy nodes on the CPU side. It's not necessarily on the GPU side. That's one. We have had, within the last, I would say, in less than 36 months, from June 23 to February 26, advanced memory test and packaging facility of Micron from groundbreaking in June 23 to commissioning in February 26 on the ground. Now that gives you another layer of that set of silicon-based supply chain. So packed silica could be a larger kind of umbrella terminology, but if you want to look at production nodes of some of those silicon-based supply chains, consumption, yes, of course, we are also very fast-growing consumer of the silicon-based supply chain. Other aspect which I would mention, which is a very important component of India-US partnership, but also a crucial element of Quad partnership, is the supply chain diversification in the critical mineral space. And I would particularly point out rare earths. Whether it's the production part of it again, or it is even the trading part of it, on which there have been efforts in the recent administration, quite successful efforts, I would say, to frame an agreement on the trade in the rare earths. And the idea is that if the countries, important countries which have the production technology, refining, processing technology, and then countries like India, which have a large consumption base and also a bit of a production base, can come together to ensure that that segment of economic growth is de-risked. So you could use de-risking and decoupling as a terminology, but I think on the ground, this is what is happening, not just in terms of our own efforts, but the efforts that we do with our partners, in particular the US. We in the previous administration, had this signature initiative called the Critical and Emerging Technologies, which essentially covered AI infrastructure, quantum to a very large extent, and parts of the nuclear. That initiative was rechristened as Trust, or let us Capital, in the new administration, and the substantive cooperation on the ground under that rubric is progressing quite well, I should say.
So just in terms of a one-word answer, are you optimistic or pessimistic that the US will achieve what it says it wants to achieve, so that within 2 years it can sufficiently reduce Chinese dominance over rare earths, that China can no longer hold the US and allies hostage?
I'm very optimistic of India-US partnership in building the supply chains, which will give us each other reliance on.
And the others?
Others need to figure it out themselves.
Okay. I want to ask, sorry, David, did you want to say something?
I was going to say, just quickly, there's I think, kind of a poignant connection between the point that the ambassador made on legacy chips and the point on critical minerals, which is that if we don't get legacy chips right, we will have, by 2030, a China-related problem in legacy chips like we have today in critical minerals. And the need to get greater cooperation, US-India, US-Taiwan, US-Japan, on legacy chips. I mean, we over-focus on the sexy, advanced GPU stuff at our peril, and the legacy stuff's really very important.
I want to ask about the Beijing summit, because if I don't, Richard Fontaine will not invite me back next year. Let's just go down the line. What do you think is, from your perspective and the things you're focused on, what was the most important takeaway from the summit for you? Eli, why don't we start with you?
Well, I think for me, the most important takeaway was that the summit did not change the trajectory of what was already a Trump administration shift in US-China policy away from one focused on competition to one more focused on deference and management of the relationship. And you had seen the administration already making compromises on things like semiconductors and Taiwan policy in advance of the trip, and the meeting itself seemed to reinforce that trajectory. And I think right now we're on a course for another leader-level meeting, and we haven't seen a demonstrable shift in that approach. So I think, again, the meeting itself, not particularly significant. The damage had been done beforehand, and it reinforced what are some concerning trends in administration policy.
Lisa?
Well, I think the most concerning thing for me was President Trump's comment that arms sales to Taiwan are a negotiating chip with China, which I think was quite a worrisome remark. That's not something that has been U.S. policy in the past, and I think it has led, a lot of our Indo-Pacific allies and partners to question whether the U.S. is going to remain as committed to defending Taiwan. Now, on the other side of that, I think President Trump, in his sort of unpredictable ways, has also said he might end up calling President Lai to discuss this issue, which would also be a first, a U.S. president talking directly to the president of Taiwan. And then also, Trump has supported, the highest level of arms sales to Taiwan of any U.S. president. So I think it's, we still have to see how all of this is going to play out, but I agree with Eli that it's the continuation of a trend, the focus on trade as the priority area, trying to stabilize the relationship, trying to set aside, some of the security issues, some of the more thorny issues in the relationship, and we don't see how that's going to quite pan out yet. But I would also say that the Iran war cuts both ways when it comes to China and how it's perceiving U.S. and U.S. power. On the one hand, the U.S. looks like it's distracted. We've even seen some military assets leave the Indo-Pacific region to, support the effort in Iran. We all know about munitions and how it's depleting munitions. And so on the one hand, people might say, oh, well, China might feel emboldened or empowered. And, as I mentioned in my previous remarks, we're seeing some coercion and aggression in the South China Sea. But on the other hand, it shows President Trump's willingness to use force. So I think, China has to take that into account when it thinks about its next moves on Taiwan. So I think that, we've yet to see how Trump's new approach to China will play out, but I think it does have our Indo-Pacific allies and partners on edge about, how committed the U.S. will remain to Taiwan's defense.
So just very quickly, how much of a litmus test is the pending $14 billion arms package, which was going to be 20 earlier in the year, but it's now back down to 14? How important is it that Trump goes ahead with that? Because as you say, he has actually approved more arms sales than any of his predecessors by a long shot already.
Well, I think he's made it a litmus test by bringing it up and saying it's a negotiating chip. I think that sent the wrong signal to China. So now it is a litmus test, and people are going to see whether he allows it to move forward. Yeah.
David, the summit.
I think one thing that we didn't see, and we might yet see, but for now it's kind of outside the known scope of the discussions between Washington and Beijing, and that's a very welcome thing, is the subject of large Chinese investments in the United States, like in automobile factories. We haven't seen this yet. I think the longer we go without seeing it, the better.
So the fact that that didn't come out of the summit was a... Ambassador, from Delhi, what did the summit look like?
Okay, I think what I'll say is that if you were to look at what India and US have been trying to do in the bilateral space to the extent that it strengthens that partnership in terms of mitigating the challenges that are coming up in the Indo-Pacific, one of the key things, central thing in that has been to build the trusted technology ecosystems. And then that has several sub-verticals to it. If you ask me, I would say we are not seeing any diminishing of that line of effort in terms of what we do on the ground. Of course, the defense and security piece is yet to play out. We'll see how that plays out. But in terms of our line of effort and on-the-ground cooperation in continuing to focus on building that trusted technology ecosystem, we are continuing apace.
But I think, Dimitri, there is, and the ambassador can speak for India, but from all of the interlocutors I talk to around the region, 100% of them perceive a shift in U.S. policy toward a step down and away from the kinds of competitive strategies that we had seen from the previous administration. And one of the results of that is not just anxiety, it's that these countries are recalculating their own approaches to China, their own willingness to support Taiwan, their own willingness to engage in economic actions that might lead them with their necks stuck out against Beijing. So the effect of that is that it has a corrosive impact on the overall ability to build collective action that is necessary for scale and otherwise against the PRC, because partners are concerned, if I go forward on X, Y, and Z, how do I not know that the United States is not going to leave me hanging out there? And I think what we're going to see, and what we have already started to see, is reluctance there and recalculation that is really contrary to what we need instead, which is greater collective action.
We have 1 minute left, and if we go over time, I definitely won't get invited back, so I'm going to be strict. Very quickly, and Eli, I'm going to ask you first on Taiwan. Davidson window comes up in 6 months' time. Xi Jinping will start his 4th term as head of the CCP at the end of 2027, and the Taiwanese will have an election, presidential election in early 2028. How worried should we be about a conflict over Taiwan at this point in time?
Very quickly, I do not believe invasion is either imminent nor inevitable.
Well, and that's a talking point from the Biden administration.
And it was true. It wasn't just a talking point. And deterrence is possible. We know what the formula is. And Xi Jinping is facing a number of constraints, including within his own country and his own military. So I don't think we are facing a threat of imminent invasion, even with the Iran scenario. That said, I think 2028 is the new 2027. There could be a conflation of events there. that could come together, politics on both sides, and we ought to be worried about in the interim heightened coercion and how the Trump administration is prepared or not to respond to that, rather than waking up one day and seeing a bolt from the blue across the Taiwan Strait.
Right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end on what I'm now going to call the Ratner window, 2028.
No.
Kidding. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good.
If I could ask you all, as they exit the stage, can you please walk through the exits at the back to go to your breakout sessions? Anyone with a red tag can help you find your way. Thank you. And we'll reconvene here in just over an hour.
Yeah, I heard it all before.
Brought to you by Gertie Bates.
do it for you. Do it for you. Do it for you. Do it for you. Want true love for you. Say I'll give it to. All that. I think I'll do it for you. Say want true love for you. Say I'll give it to. All that. I think I'll do it for you. Say you want true love.
Beats.
Number 2.
The watch. Believe. But that's the great thing.
like my plans of destiny. And when I listen hard enough, come follow me. Sometimes I feel like my
in this area. I'm gonna give my heart away, leave it to the other boys out there to play. Been tempted too long, gone. Give me a reason to love you. Frame of mind. A thousand flowers may bloom, but it be time to move over, give me some room. Start looking like some woman. Take a little look from the outside if you can. Rubber me now, right little tenderness. Little shorty, I wouldn't care. On the fire,
Yeah.
They know the one I love. They know the one I love.
Won't you
Yeah. Okay. If I could ask everyone in the back to start moving into the room for our final session. Thank you. Can you hear me in the back? Please come in. Thank you. If I can ask the stragglers to please come into the room for our final session. I'm really excited about this session. And also, you know, when I first joined CNAS some 18 months ago, I knew coming into the organization that the next generation of national security leaders is very much a core part of this organization. It's not window dressing. You'll see a lot of young people at the start or middle of their careers in the rooms here who will have fascinating and important things to say about the national security space and will be future leaders of national security in this country. This gives me great pleasure to bring on again CEO Richard Fontaine and two of my colleagues for our annual award to recognize the next generation of leaders. Please give them a hand.
This is always one of the most special times of our annual conference, and so it's a real pleasure to be able to present once again this year's Bacevich Award. Just before I do, I wanted to take just a moment to highlight the CNAS Next Generation programs in general. This is an effort that's central to our mission and always has been at CNAS. Preparing the next generation of national security practitioners, it's a core part of our mission, of what we do. The portfolio of programs and activities that we have that is focused on training and equipping the next generation of national security leaders includes the Sean Brimley NextGen National Security Leaders Fellowship, the Joseph S. Nye Jr. National Security Internship, our National Security Mentorship Program that connects emerging practitioners with senior leaders, and the Pathfinder Essay Competition. So if you're interested in learning more about any of these programs, you can visit our website. But a key element of this effort from the inception of CNAS has always been the CNAS First Lieutenant Andrew J. Bacevich Jr. Award. The center established this award in honor of First Lieutenant Andrew Bacevich, who was killed in combat on May 13, 2007, in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, while serving in the 3rd Battalion, 8th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. Lieutenant Bacevich was committed to national service And through his service for country, he represented the best that the next generation of Americans have to offer. He exemplified courage, integrity, and a commitment to public service to which many of us aspire. So we take a moment at each of our annual conferences to remember Lieutenant Bacevich and to recognize emerging leaders on the CNAS team who exemplify the kinds of values and attributes that Lieutenant Bacevich modeled so well. We'd like to thank Dr. Andrew Bacevich and Nancy Bacevich for allowing CNAS to name this award after your son. In doing so, we're able each year to recognize awardees who represent those same qualities that were so evident in Lieutenant Bacevich. Today, I have the privilege of presenting the 2026 Bacevich Award to two extraordinary individuals, Molly Campbell and Charles Horn. Molly Campbell is a research assistant in the CNAS Defense Program. She's become a sought-after expert on drone proliferation and counter-drone warfare. But what further distinguishes Molly is how she directs her energies toward helping other members of her team succeed. She's a linchpin of her own team and, in partnership with Charles, has revitalized the CNAS internship program with vision and vigor. And that rare combination, a rising star expert while remaining deeply invested in the people around her, is precisely the spirit the Bacevich Award was designed to recognize. Charles Horn is an officer on the CNAS communications team. What distinguishes Charles is not just the breadth of his contributions, but the instincts behind them. He brings together enormous intellectual curiosity, knowledge of foreign affairs, politics, and defense policy, and he channels it all into building CNAS's institutional capacity. Charles serves as a trusted sounding board for senior experts. He also co-leads the internship program with the same level of care and attention that he provides to the CNAS executive team. And his professional expertise and collegial approach make the whole center's work shine. And he takes deep pride in the success of others, just as we do in his successes. So congratulations both to Molly and to Charles for being the 2026 Andrew J. Bacevich Jr. Award winners. And I will turn it over first to Molly to say a few words. Molly, congratulations.
Thank you, Richard, and to all my CNAS colleagues for recognizing me for this award. And I'm profoundly humbled to be recognized as a successor to the legacy of Lieutenant Bacevich. I'd also like to thank my colleagues on the defense program, and in particular, Stacy Pettyjohn and Becca Wasser. During my 3 years at CNAS, they have guided me from an insubordinate intern to a somewhat less insubordinate research professional that I am today. They set a standard of excellence I continue to strive for, and they have offered encouragement and support, not only in my successes, but also through my many failures, and I would not be standing here without them. I'm also honored to be joined by Charles Horn on this stage, my counterpart and friend, who I've had the privilege to grow beside these past 3 years. At my core, however, I owe my deepest love and gratitude to my family, who every day of my life has modeled that there's no higher purpose than service to others. At a time of profound discord and tumult in the world, I often find myself thinking about the young people that came before me, who lived through the kind of extraordinary change many thought our society had moved beyond. And I think about young people like Lieutenant Bacevich, who died at 27, a couple days before my birthday, the very age I am now. He did not sit back in apathy or turn away in disgust. He stood up and gave everything to fight for the world he wanted to see. That is the charge I take with this award, to meet this moment not with cynicism, but with courage, integrity, and a commitment to service worthy of the name it carries. Thank you.
And now a few words from Charles Horn. Congratulations, Charles.
I'm deeply honored to be one of this year's Andrew J. Bacevich Jr. Award recipients, and I want to first thank, alongside Molly, the Bacevich family, whose decades of service to this country and the ultimate sacrifice paid by Andrew in 2007 are equally inspirational and humbling to me and all of my fellow recipients over the years. I want to thank Richard and the rest of the CNAS executive team for this honor, my teammates, David, Anna, and especially Jasmine and Gwen, who put this entire special day together and deserve far more rest than a grueling June and July events calendar will let them. And my parents, brother, and all who thought it was a good idea to keep buying exceedingly inappropriate World War II books for a young me. There are probably many things I learned and read about too young, but without them I never would have developed the passion for national security that brought me to and keeps me at CNAS. I'm especially honored to be receiving this award alongside my friend and colleague Molly Campbell. We started as interns just months apart early in 2023, and now, as Richard said, we serve as the center's intern coordinators. I do not believe that there is a city in the world where interns are more important than Washington, and CNAS is no exception. Today, they are making sure the stage gets reset to the next panel, taking care of hundreds of registrants in this room and around the hotel, posting on social media, and doing far more tasks too small to single out, but too large to ignore. For me, an internship in DC opened my eyes to an entire career path I had no conception of beyond watching The West Wing. And now, 3 years into my time at CNAS, I've learned to treasure the new perspectives and experiences our interns bring. An energy, enthusiasm, passion, and optimism rare in the often cynical corridors of Washington. I'm especially proud to work at a place that values the contributions of all of its staff, from the most senior to the most junior, that believes that expertise is something to work for, not something latent in a resume, that different experiences, backgrounds, and interests are an asset, not something to be feared or ignored. As we've heard today, the theme New Rules reflects a changing global order, a period of upheaval, a time of uncertain horizons. But for myself and for many of my colleagues, children of a post-9/11 world, the ground has felt unsteady for a long time. Our childhoods were defined by foreign wars and economic catastrophe, adolescence shaped by the reinvention of American politics, and our educations interrupted by global pandemics. Yet in these moments, it is when I read an op-ed draft from a colleague, see them contribute to their first report, celebrate their first real job, watch as they excel on their first panel, or cajole them into writing that Twitter thread or LinkedIn post that my colleagues have come to fear, that I feel that ground steady and see the horizons clear. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you, and please, just one more time, join me in congratulating Molly and Charles.
Very much. It's with great pleasure that I want to announce our last session, which is a highlight for us all, I think. We're going to look at the future trends in U.S. warfighting. The whole of today has been around the issue or the theme of new rules, and I feel like each panel has helped us explore that and maybe come up with some solutions in these unsteady times. Please welcome General Charles Q. Brown, Jr., retired, and Stacy Pettyjohn for this conversation.
Long day and a full day, but I'm hopeful, and I'm certain actually that we're going to take you out strong with this final discussion. I'm honored to be here today with General C.Q. Brown, the 21st Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the 22nd Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and someone who was a fighter pilot with over 40 years of service and commanded air forces in the Pacific and the Middle East. There's no one better to talk about the future of warfare with. So General Brown, welcome. It's great to have you here again.
Well, thank you so much, Stacy. I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah. So the whole theme of the conference is new rules and how the world's changing. And we're going to get to that in a little bit. Certainly going to talk about drones, which are always on the forefront of my mind. But I want to start us off by actually talking about something that hasn't changed and that we don't want to change. The United States has an unparalleled Air Force joint, not just the US Air Force, but across the joint force, and has an ability to project power anywhere in the world that is unrivaled. And if you read the headlines today, you'd think that cheap drones are the end-all be-all of air power. And I certainly see their value. We've argued they have tremendous potential as asymmetric weapons, like the Ukrainians have used. We've said that Taiwan should incorporate them into their asymmetric strategy and that they could defeat a Chinese invasion at the shores. But the US is a global power and looks to project power across the entire world. And we've seen this in recent operations in Yemen, twice in Iran against the nuclear program, then with Epic Fury. So I wanted to ask you, General Brown, what role do you think that crewed air forces played in these recent operations, and what the lessons are as the United States thinks about the Indo-Pacific and a potential war with China?
Well, I do believe, and as you mentioned, there is a fascination with drones. But to project global power, it's going to take more than drones. To have deterrence, it's going to take more than drones. And so when you think about the aspect of crewed aircraft and these recent operations, they were there to project power. And so if you could look at a percentage of what was drone versus what was crewed aircraft, and the ability to project that power with crewed aircraft is important. And when I think about the aspect of crewed versus uncrewed, they complement each other. And there's some key points of having both of those in your portfolio. And as a fighter pilot, I'm not a retired fighter pilot actually. I'm not in the aspect of a concern that we're going to go completely away from crewed aircraft. I still think we'll have those, but how can you complement those crewed aircraft with drone capability and other technologies to protect those that are actually getting the job done, not just in the air, but for across the entire joint force.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you think, as you look forward, I think there is a tendency to equate drone or uncrewed with cheap. And if the US wanted to have an uncrewed bomber, which I think wouldn't be a bad thing to have, it probably wouldn't be cheap because it still has to be long range. And this is one of the points that we've made, that some of the attributes that drive cost are not just whether it is remotely piloted or completely autonomous. It's all about what sort of performance you need from your missile or your aircraft beyond who's actually, or if anyone is in the cockpit.
Well, I think there's another aspect when you look at technology, is the level of trust.
Yep.
And so will we have complete trust in a long-range uncrewed bomber based on autonomy? I'm not sure many people in the audience have ridden in a Waymo, but do you trust a Waymo? Or would you trust in a civil aircraft that was fully automated and there was no pilot in the cockpit? So we can talk a lot about uncrewed systems, but do you fully trust the ability for it to do all the things you want it to do and have the judgment that you have of a person that's in the cockpit?
Yeah, I think that is absolutely one of the biggest barriers and been one of the things that has prevented the United States from fielding more uncrewed systems in the way that they want to, where they complement uncrewed aircraft with crewed ones and they fly together, like the Air Force's vision with collaborative combat aircraft. You've seen, I thought, former Secretary Kendall, made a big point of flying in the autonomous aircraft to show that he trusted it. But if you're up there fighting, you need to know that autonomous system is not going to shoot at you accidentally,
yeah, exactly.
or crash into you or other things.
Right.
So moving beyond and things that are old that are still important that we want to keep our edge in, like crewed aircraft, stealthy aircraft, long-range bombers, there is the theme of everything old is new again, and I think nothing sort of hits on this more than what we've seen with the defense industrial base, and the fact that what we've seen with the Russian-Ukrainian war that began in 2022, that it wasn't just about exquisite weapons, it wasn't just about drones at first, that it was about mass. It was the sheer number of different weapons that they had, the number of artillery shells, the number of people, the number of tanks, and the number of drones. And you need to not only start a conflict with the force that you have to be able to replenish it, provide it with new stockpiles of weapons that it needs, and potentially reconstitute during a war. So war is still an industrial enterprise, and as Bill the Plant said, production's deterrence. So you've seen this firsthand with respect to munitions during your time as the commander of U.S. forces in the Middle East, Air Forces in the Middle East. With Inherent Resolve, we ran short of JDAMs and Hellfires. And now we're looking at even deeper sort of depletion of our inventory as a result of the ongoing war against Iran. We're using up weapons that take years to produce. They're incredibly capable on the air defense side and the offensive side, like Tomahawks or JASSMs. So what do you think can be done for the U.S. defense industrial base to meet the demand for advanced munitions that the U.S. needs, but also those that it's going to be providing to its allies and partners?
Yeah, if I can put it in one word, it's consistency. And I can unpack that some. I think there's three parts of the consistency. It's consistency in demand signal from the department. It's consistency in resourcing from our Congress. And then there's consistency in delivery from industry. The challenge we have is, when you look at munitions, we don't prioritize those as much, and the numbers will go up and down. The numbers are never enough they're enough just to keep the stockpile, but not enough to actually execute. Resourcing is an issue. If you can't get a budget on time, you can't write a contract. And that has something to do with it as well. And then the last part is the consistency in delivery. And what I mean by that also is how quickly you're able to scale and deliver. And industry's not going to deliver and scale unless they know it's going to get paid for. And so I really believe if we can be more consistent, one of the things that I was pushing for as the Air Force chief and again as a chairman is multi-year procurement. We were able to get some of that. You see that most recently with Patriot interceptors. Those are the things that we have to prioritize. And I really do believe there's an aspect of still allowing Congress to do some of its decision-making and oversight and a role as they do resourcing. But if you did multi-year procurement with a floor, so you're always producing X number, and you can always go above that, but never go below a certain number, that keeps industry with some level of certainty, and that builds that trust so they can continue to deliver. And then there's the ability to go ahead and surge. I think the other part I also think through is how well do we understand across all our various weapon systems who the primes are to do this work, who are the subs, and what the supply chain looks like. And then on top of that, what is the workforce or whatever of automation you're going to use. And it was the work I was doing as the chairman to identify, as we looked at all of our operational plans, the top 12 or so munitions, so we could look down to the next level to go, is there one sub-vendor, or one piece of the supply chain where we said, surge everybody, it's the one company, or one part of the supply chain, or a handful of them, that just die under their own weight because we all asked them to go at the same time. And so that's an area that I know we need to continue to do some work on. I know the department has done some work on this, but we've got to increase that effort to make sure we have the resilience and robustness, not only for ourselves, but also for allies and partners. And you mentioned my time as the Air Commander for CENTCOM. It was great to build an air coalition, but they all have the platforms, but they don't have the munitions. So they thought the United States was like a Costco or a Sam's Club, and they're just going to roll through with a big cart, and we're going to load them up. And I go, well, that's a 2-year process. If you wanted those, you should have ordered those 2 years ago. But you don't know you're going into a conflict 2 years from now. So there's some things we've got to do to mitigate the risk, hedge the risk, by always being able to produce and making it much easier to surge. And I'll just, Meyer built a plant. He was on the phone a lot after the Ukraine conflict started, talking to industry. What is it going to take to go faster? Well, about 2 years and some money. And that's the things we've got to really think about. So the world's much more complex today, so we've got to do some things to put ourselves in a better position.
I like your idea of a floor, and Congress doesn't like to give up its prerogatives, but they have mandated certain force structure limits for like the Marine Corps, and at times the number of aircraft or ships in the Navy or Air Force. So it seems like tying their hands, tying the services' hands, and the department's hands across the board so that they stop these volatile ups and down swings that really prevent us from actually maintaining hot production lines that can meet the need and accept that we're going to need to just sort of pay for it and go forward with a multi-year procurement.
Matter of fact, when I was getting ready to testify to become the chairman, the conversation we had with the appropriators was, as you looked at multi-year procurement, their point was it's not going to save any money. And I go, that's not the point. The point is buying down risk. And that's, you got to look at it. You're investing money to ensure you don't have to now spend a lot of money later to try to get things to surge, where you could, set yourself up for, I wouldn't say for success, but put yourself in a much better position by laying some things out and knowing you can surge.
It's a strategic investment. It's a shift in mindset, too, that everything we do has to be for efficiency or cost savings, and saying that, no, we're going to pay a premium so that we can build and we have enough of these missiles that if they're needed and we fire a bunch of them, we can get more very quickly. This is one of the things we found really hopeful lately with the multi-year procurement contract frameworks with Patriot and THAAD, like you mentioned, and other weapons. And Carlton Halig in my program is diving in and looking at seeing if the contracting is following, because it really is the follow through. We need to move from framework to actual execution and have the money flow for it to begin to.
I would highlight, it was brought up in one of the earlier panels today. I think Susanna Bloom talked about it. It's not only what you put in, it's the outcome.
Yep.
And when do things actually deliver? I mean, if you put money in today, is it going to come out in the next 6 months, or is it 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years? With the delays and the like. And that is an important aspect, is measuring not only what the input is, but also what the outcome is.
Yes, absolutely. So we've seen that we were talking about high-end munitions, and the U.S. has the best in the world there. But there's been this push for cheaper weapons or cheaper drones, what Phil Shears and I are calling now affordable mass. It might be a drone or a one-way attack drone or a cheap cruise missile. And it seems like if the U.S. is going to reach the numbers that it might need if it were to be in a war, especially a protracted war, it's going to need some things that are cheaper to complement its exquisite missiles. What are your sort of views on affordable mass and the ability of industry, which we don't build these types of weapons right now. We don't have any programs of record that would fall in this category. Are we going to be able to do it?
I think so, but I do think about the aspect of how do you define affordable mass and how much mass do you buy before it's no longer affordable. When we talk about it, reminds me when I was a lieutenant at Kunsan, and stereo equipment was really cheap, and we all talked about we could go broke buying inexpensive stereo equipment, buying stuff we really don't need, but because it's cheap, we just buy it. That's what I think about affordable mass. So you could buy a lot of stuff that's really inexpensive, but is it really going to fit into an operational concept that you're actually going to use it? And how much of it are you going to buy and sit on a shelf? And it's technology. You think about Ukraine and the aspect of how quickly, the turn of events and changes kind of counter move. So if you buy affordable mass today and put it on a shelf, will it still be viable 5 years from now or 5 weeks from now? And so the key part here is how can you actually have a level of affordable mass that's adaptable, that you can continue to upgrade over time and change out either software or parts of hardware, and then you can scale it very quickly. And so if you're doing automated manufacturing or additive manufacturing, both automated and additive, where you're using direct factories, you can crank these things out as quickly as possible because now the conflict has started, or you're on the verge of a conflict. And as you mentioned, Dr. LaPlante, the aspect of production is also part of deterrence and showing that you can surge capability, not only for ourselves, but also for our allies and partners.
Absolutely. I would add modularity to that,
Exactly.
Different weapons where you can, improve certain parts of them very easily instead of the massive sort of block upgrades we have to go through now, make it a lot faster because adaptation cycles and technology is just moving much at a rapid pace that we can't keep up with. We don't want obsolete weapons filling warehouses that were cheap, but were not useful. So moving into the new rules sort of area, I think there is a new rule, and one of the factors that is that cheap drones are transforming warfare in different ways. We've seen this in Ukraine. I think we're dealing with it in the Middle East as well, where you're seeing that the affordability and accessibility and the precision of these weapons is just fundamentally making the battlefield a much more dangerous place, certainly on the front lines. But even with long ranges, when you have these Shahed 136 type drones that can fly hundreds, if not 1,000 miles. We just played our Salvos and Shields war game in the breakout session where we were considering how the US and its allies and partners could defend against a reconstituted Iran that's getting help from Russia, that's getting help from China, and is going to be able to build up its stockpiles of conventional missiles and drones pretty quickly, probably faster than we can build the interceptors. You've thought a lot about this in the context probably of the Middle East, but the Pacific too. This has been a big problem for the Air Force defending its bases overseas. They've worried about it with expensive missiles, you know, high-end Chinese hypersonic weapons coming after your air base, or ballistic missiles armed with submunitions. But now you have to also worry about cheap drones. How do we defend our bases overseas from this new threat?
I wish I had a good answer. I mean, one of the areas in the Middle East, I know we did, the aspect of dispersion, but you can only disperse so much. And that actually worked really well when you didn't have as much overhead capability that we and others can put in low Earth orbit to understand where everything is. So the dispersal piece has actually been overcome by technology in some aspect. There's an aspect of hardening. But hardening also makes you stationary. And so there's work that's been done to analyze, where there's a sweet spot for hardening versus agility. And when I was the Air Force, well, actually starting when I was Pacific Air Forces, when we started looking at agile combat employment. And part of this was to be light, lean, and agile, so you could move. But by the same token, it's a combination of agility, but also with aspects of hardening. One of my concerns, particularly when I was at Pacific Air Force, is what I talked to our team about is we got to defend from our fence line with our security forces to different levels of drones, subsonic cruise missiles, to supersonic, hypersonic, overhead bombers, fighters. And so it's got much more complex. It's much easier to be on the offense than to be on the defense. I mean, whether you're talking in conflict or you're talking in sports. And that, to me, is where the real challenge is. As a matter of fact, there was a piece in the Wall Street Journal yesterday that talked about how countries, because of technology, are making it where they're a little more competitive against nations like the United States that have a lot of capability because they have low costs. And this is something watching Iran for a number of years with their ballistic missile capability, now adding their drone capability, make it very difficult. And those are the things that we're going to have to think about here and continue to think about in the future, but we're going to have to invest in it. And I'll just say, just the way we work in a joint environment where the Air Force depends on other services to help with integrated air missile defense. One of our conversations, we got the Air Force, and I said this as a chief, we had to have a little more skin in the game by putting some resources into this. At the same time, we're working across the joint force. And it's been demonstrated, over the course of the past, 3 months or so in there in the Middle East, how important this integrated air missile defense and having capability, both offensive and defensive, because we lose service members and lose capability based on the attacks from an adversary.
I think you gave a pretty good answer there, because there is no perfect answer. There's no perfect solution. There is an irreducible amount of vulnerability, but it involves some hardening, some active defenses, probably the Air Force actually changing roles and missions a little bit, taking ownership of its own base defense, and then some dispersion and mobility. One of the things that you didn't mention explicitly, but I think is worth calling out, is the role of decoys and camouflage, concealment, and deception. That's actually worked pretty well in Ukraine and helped. But it is hard, because if you start moving around so much, you're spending more time trying to survive and move around, that you're not actually conducting your primary mission.
And that's what an adversary wants you to do. And that's what we want to have an adversary do as well. We want them to be, ducking and not generating combat power. And so you're right. And I think the one thing is, no sooner than you do this, the adversary is going to try to figure out a way to counter what you just did. Yeah. And so it's got to be adaptable. And this is why sometimes it can be those things that you spend quite a bit of money on, but there's got to be some other areas, like you mentioned, decoys and concealment. That'll be all those play in to give you the capability not only to generate combat power, but also to survive.
Yeah. briefly, this is actually a problem in the United States as well. We've seen at Barksdale and at Langley that there have been small drones hanging out over the bases, and the Air Force tends to park its aircraft out in the open, so we're sort of at risk of what the Ukrainians executed against the Russians, the spider's web attack, where they used small drones to go after their bombers deep within Russia. How does the problem at home differ from the one overseas?
Well, I think the thing, the difference, particularly in the for us in the areas that we've operated, is you're out in very open areas, mostly desert in the Middle East, a lot of ocean out in the Indo-Pacific, where you don't have major population centers. That's going to be a challenge here in the United States, and I say that partly because you have this drone activity that hasn't become kinetic. Mm-hmm. And so we can use hope as a course of action, that we hope this will never happen. But when it does, we should not be surprised. And I'm not trying to put a lot of fear in there, but there's things we've got to be able to think about from a capability standpoint to defend ourselves using non-kinetic capability, whether it's using directed energy, using other drones that have nets. But at some point, one of those is going to, the debris is going to fall someplace. And those are the things that we've got to prepare ourselves for. And so we want to make sure that we become a hard target in certain areas, and also identify those critical areas that we need to protect over time to make it more difficult for an adversary to be able to do something like a spider web or anything else that'll impact, whether it's a military facility or something that's important to the nation from a national security perspective, or something from an economic perspective as well.
Absolutely. Perfectly teed up where I wanted to go next, which is sort of thinking about another new rule that Cleanup Blake on my team wrote an insight about today, which is that homeland defense. We can't take for granted that the United States is a sanctuary anymore, whether it's from drones or from missiles or air attack. And since the end of the Cold War, the US has had a strategy of conventional forward defense, which has been backstopped by nuclear deterrence and mutually assured destruction. But now today you're seeing that more adversaries can actually reach the United States and hold it at risk. And I know this was something that began to be elevated in discussions when you were chairman, and it's been an area that the Trump administration has also emphasized with its Golden Dome for America. Why has Homeland Defense suddenly become so important, and how do you think the United States should approach it, given that we are a vast nation and we can't defend everywhere?
Well, I think it's become more important because of the threat, just like you highlighted, because the threat can reach us much more now than it could previously. When you look at previous national security and national defense strategies, we would often talk about homeland defense, but it was more talk than action because the threat wasn't as prevalent that we have to consider. And now with a greater threat, it's important that we start looking at not only Golden Dome. I mean, Golden Dome is an aspect, but there's other areas that we got to think about. How do we protect ourselves? And whether it's from ballistic cruise missiles, from drones, from cyber, the use of artificial intelligence, bio. I mean, there's a whole broad aspect that we've got to think about as the world gets more and more complex. And one of the things that I'm working on right now with another entity is how do we look at what needs to be defended, and what is our defense consensus of the things that we all think needs to be, we need to defend? How well do we as a nation understand what's at risk? How we determine and prioritize, and how do we resource, and who actually does it? Is it the Department of Defense, or is it some other entity within the United States government that has a responsibility, or is it the individual companies in the private sector? We all have a role in this, and it's very complicated. There's not, again, just like we talked about, it's not an easy answer, but there's some things that we've really got to start coming to grips with, and to not just pushing it aside going, this will never happen here. That's my concern. And we want to start thinking about some of these things well before we get there. And this is like an event like this is very important to bring people together. The challenge we have is when you have events like this is you have the euphoria the couple of days, but then how do you make sure you have the follow through throughout the rest of the year so we don't come back next year and go, we talked about that last year. That happens a lot in this town, unfortunately, having spent a little time here. we do need to really start looking at how we put things in motion. And I think Golden Dome is a good start there, but there's other areas as well that we need to continue to think about it and address, because when you're number one at the top, people are gunning for you. And so the things we got to think about is how we make sure we defend ourselves and put ourselves in the best position as a nation.
So we're running close to the end of our time, but I want us to hit on the one technology that we here at CNAS love to talk about, as does everybody in the world, which is artificial intelligence, which could help us to better defend ourselves. If you integrate AI into your integrated air and missile defenses, and it helps you to automate some of those processes. But it also is potentially a risk and something that could be used by different decision makers in ways that we're not comfortable with, where there is not a human making a decision. So you've been in a really unique position where you have led a combined air operations center, so military operations within a whole theater, all of the air operations. You've also sat in the White House and advised the president during a crisis. A lot of the focus on AI goes down to the tactical level and killer robots that are fully autonomous, but I think some of the areas that are potentially more interesting and where there are some some risks that people don't fully appreciate are at the operational and the strategic levels, where you include AI as either a battle manager helping you to develop and execute targets in a CAOC, or if you're in the White House, developing strategy alternatives that you're going to present and helping senior decision makers to make decisions in real time. What do you think about AI at these different levels? Do you think it presents opportunities or risk, maybe a bit of both?
Both. When I think about artificial intelligence, there are certain things it can and can't do. And there's things that, when I look at artificial intelligence, in the human element, there's some things that are roughly the same. When you ask a person a question, they can give you an answer. You ask AI a question, they can also give you an answer. Sometimes they will tell you what you want to hear. AI will do that. People will do that. Sometimes AI hallucinates. Sometimes people hallucinate. The difference with AI and the individual has judgment. They have emotions and experience. And as you do this, what I would call, maybe it's teaming with artificial intelligence, when you get to a decision, there's going to be an individual that's going to have a role in some form or fashion, as was discussed in one of the earlier panels today. And that, to me, is important. And as a senior leader, if someone is coming to talk to me and say, here's the recommendation we have, I'm not going to come back and go, well, how much of that was AI versus how much? I'm trusting them to actually use their own judgment in this as they come and talk to me and we have a dialogue. Because at a point, if we're having a dialogue, you're not going to be on your computer asking AI in the middle of the conversation. So there's some value in how we use artificial intelligence. I still believe that you're going to have humans in the loop, and they'll have a role in this, and you can't just follow artificial intelligence blindly. And then maybe the last thing I'd say on this is there are certain things that AI is good for, and the challenge I think we have right now is there's a lot of discussion about it, but where does AI actually add value versus it's a time sink and it's not doing it. So you really got to think about what model, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this, because we use AI as we say in the military, is small map, big hand, where you just kind of go like this, it's all good. You have to dive a little bit deeper to the next level of detail of how you're really going to use these to be able to talk about the benefit and the risk. And I don't know that we have that conversation as much. We spend a lot of time at this high level of killer robots or certain things that we're concerned about. But let's really get down to the next level to understand how and where it's being used and where it's having benefit to make us better. At the same time, the one area I am concerned about is that others that may not have the values we have, we use AI in ways we would not. We've got to think about that and how we might respond as a nation when that does happen. It may be hard for attribution, but it's also one of these things that we're not going to go back and go, because you did this to us, we're going to do it to you the same way. We got to think about how we might respond and set the norms of behavior of what we expect the responsible use of artificial intelligence.
Well, thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you, and it has been wonderful sort of parsing what is changing, what is not in warfare. I think we can all agree that we need a mixture of the old and the new, and that we want to revitalize our industrial base. With that, we're going to conclude this session.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Just one more hand for General Brown and Stacy. You know, time is precious, and I really appreciate you spending your day with us here at CNAS. This has been an extraordinary series of conversations which feel to me that have a purpose beyond just a talking shop. And I think it's also worth celebrating the expertise that you have seen on stage and the next generation of expertise that are going to lead this country. I want to bring out Richard Fontaine one last time, and also thank you for coming from me as well. Cheers.
Okay, well, it's been a big day, maybe an exceptional day. The conversations we've had here have ranged from reimagining the transatlantic relationship to the future of AI on the battlefield, to building the next generation of national security leaders, the group that played war games and the breakout sessions, all kinds of things happening there. And I hope that that reflects a little bit about why this particular conference matters. We picked the theme, new rules, and I think that turns out to have been the right theme for the moment. What we heard today makes clear that the United States doesn't just simply defend an existing international order, but must be actively shaping what is coming next and reimagining what could be. That's going to require the kind of bold thinking and debate and expertise that I think filled each of the sessions here at the conference today. That's also a key mission for CNAS, so continue to watch this space as we generate our own ideas and policies and bipartisan national security ideas. A conference like today's is a little bit like international order. It's not self-organizing, and it happens only with tremendous effort. So I want to just take a moment first to extend our gratitude to the entire CNAS team, and especially to the communications team, Jasmine Butler, Gwen Novacek, Melody Cook, Charles Horn, Anna Peterson, and David McKenzie, who emceed the entire day. This group of people was here late last night and early this morning and have been working for a very long time together with everybody else on the team to make this possible. So thank you very much to everybody who participated in bringing this together. Also want to thank all of our speakers for your participation, which is just great, ranging from the conversations we had with members of Congress this morning to General Brown and everybody in between. And then, of course, our conference sponsors who've made this possible to do as well. So at the visionary level, we have Performa, at the elite, Northrop Grumman, and at the premier, American Rheinmetall, Boeing, RTX, Salesforce, and Western Digital. The support that you and others provide make all of the work we do possible, including things like today. And let me finally thank all of you. For those of you who turned out for the sessions or tuned into the sessions, it makes all the difference. And we look forward to seeing you next year or at an event before then. So thanks very much.